Now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, in The Case of Murder at a Mile a Minute. Presenting Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Mystery, Comedy, Music, and Drama. Brought to you by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too. By Chesterfield, sound off for Chesterfield. Get something new, something no other cigarette has. Chesterfield mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And by Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Now here's something of interest to you.
For breathless moments, for your breathless moments.
Chew Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Dentyne tastes so good.
Dentyne freshens your breath.
Dentyne helps keep your teeth sparkling, clean, and white.
Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentyne. You'll love Dentyne chewing gum, for Dentyne has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentyne helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentyne handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentyne. So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction, in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight, the famous old investigator's case is entitled The Case of Murder at a Mile a Minute. Our scene opens in a city park, bright in the early December sunshine. A new convertible motor car with its top down is cruising along the driveway, and in it are two occupants. One is the driver, a handsome man in his early 40s. The other is an attractive young girl. As they converse quietly, however, they are unaware of the frightful danger which is just about to overtake them.
The park is beautiful today, isn't it, Ted?
Yes, very lovely, Eleanor.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked me to go driving with you. It's good to get away from routine for a while.
Eleanor, my dear,
Yes?
there's something I want to discuss with you, something that's troubling me a great deal.
I noticed how preoccupied you were, but I didn't want to say anything until you mentioned it first.
That's just like you, Eleanor. I think you understand me better than anyone else in the world.
Ted, what is it? Why are you worried?
It's about... Wait till I pull over a little and let that motorcycle pass. He's coming up behind us.
Certainly is noisy.
He's got his cutout open and he must be doing 60.
Ted, he's coming too close.
Well, I've given him enough room to...
Ted, look out! Look out! Oh, for a moment I thought you'd hit that tree.
Eleanor, I've been...
Ted, there's blood on your coat.
Eleanor...
Ted, you've been shot. He died in my arms a moment later, Mr. King, before he had a chance to utter another word.
And he'd been shot, Eleanor?
Yes, as the man on that motorcycle passed us. He fired a bullet into his heart. I saw the man raise his arm, but I was so frightened about the car going out of control. I looked away at that instant.
Saints preserve us. But that's the nerviest murder I ever heard of. Shooting a man in broad daylight, Mr. Keene. And from a motorcycle.
My partner, Mike Clancy, is right, Eleanor. Tell me, weren't there any witnesses? Didn't anyone get a good look at the killer?
No, Mr. King. There were people in the park, but They didn't know that there was anything wrong until the car stopped and I screamed.
The motorcyclist left his cutout open for just that reason, to drown out the sound of the shot. And if Mr. Masters hadn't stopped his car with his last ounce of strength, you might have been killed yourself.
Oh, he thought of me, even in the last moment of his life, Mr. Keene. That was just like Ted. Mr. Keene, this case has baffled the police, but I won't rest until it's solved. Ted meant a great deal to me. Perhaps not in the way most people thought, but in other ways.
How do you mean, Eleanor? Not in the way most people thought.
Well, lately the newspaper society columnists have been linking our names, hinting about an early marriage.
Was that true?
Oh, Ted never proposed to me, Mr. Keene, but I have a feeling that he might have been in love with me. He was older than I. He was 44, and I'm 25. But he was the dearest friend I had.
Mike Clancy and I are going to do everything in our power to find that killer. I promise you that, Eleanor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Keene. I had faith that you'd help me, the way you've helped so many others.
Tell me, Eleanor, didn't you get a glimpse of the killer's face?
Not really. I think he was wearing some kind of a mask.
A mask?
Some of those motorcycle riders look almost masked, Mike, with the helmets and scarves they wear. At any rate, the killer got away without a single witness to identify him. And when we start a case like this with no suspects at all...
Mr. Keene, there may be one suspect.
Who, Eleanor?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this. I may be doing Glenn a horrible injustice. But after that scene he made with Ted at the nightclub...
Tell me about it in detail, Eleanor. I must have all the facts.
It happened about 2 weeks ago, Mr. Keene. It was Ted's birthday, and we were celebrating at a nightclub in town. Babette was with us, too.
Babette?
Yes, Ted's daughter. He'd been married before, you see. His wife died years ago and left him with a daughter.
How old is Babette Masters?
20, Mr. Keene, and very pretty. It was always odd to think that she could have been a chum of mine, someone near my own age, and yet I was going out with her father, but we got along very nicely.
And who is this man Glenn you mentioned?
Glenn Larkin. He's very hot-tempered. He asked me to marry him once, but I refused. I wasn't in love with him.
I see.
But the more I saw of Ted Masters, the more angry Glenn became. He took to phoning me and even following me around. On the night of the quarrel, he'd evidently followed Ted and Babette and me to the nightclub. He took a table right behind us and started drinking too much.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Teddy. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, you two are wonderful. This is just about the happiest birthday I ever had. Hey, would anyone like to dance with a birthday boy?
You go ahead, Eleanor, and dance with Dad.
No, Babette, I've been monopolizing Ted long enough. This is your dance.
No, I insist.
Doesn't anyone want to dance with me?
All right, Dad. I'll see that you're not a wallflower.
Yes, Babette, you go ahead and dance with your father. I'll give Eleanor a whirl.
Glenn.
Having fun, Eleanor?
Glenn, you've been drinking too much.
Sure, why not?
This is Mr. Masters, Glenn. Ted, Mr. Larkin, an old friend.
A very old friend, Masters.
How do you do?
Old enough to give her some advice, too.
Oh, Glenn, please.
I've got no respect for a girl who runs after an older guy just because he's rich.
Glenn,
Eleanor, let me handle this, please.
Yes, you handle it, Masters.
I've heard about you, Larkin, and what a nuisance you've been making of yourself with Eleanor.
Have you?
If you don't stay away from Eleanor, I'll have to drum a few manners into your head.
Want to have it out right now, Masters?
Glenn, if you don't leave this table, I'll never speak to you again as long as I live.
All right, I'll go. But you haven't seen the last of me, Masters, and don't forget it.
Dad, don't follow him. Leave him alone.
I intend to, Babette, for the time being.
Oh, he spoiled the party. Ted, I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault, my dear. Babette, get your things. You too, Eleanor. I think it's time we all went home.
I didn't see Glenn Larkin again, Mr. Keene. He stopped annoying me and didn't phone anymore.
And you think he may have had something to do with Ted Masters' death?
As angry as he was, I'd still never believe it. If it wasn't for one thing.
What's that, Eleanor?
Glenn Glenn owns a motorcycle.
Have you told this to the police?
No, Mr. Keene. I didn't want to get him in trouble unless I was sure.
Where does this young man, Glenn Larkin, live, Eleanor?
I'll give you his address.
Mike, take the address down and pick him up.
Okay, boss.
Bring him over to the master's home. I want to go there first and speak to Ted Master's daughter, Babette. Now, will you come along with me, Eleanor?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Keene.
What'll I do if this Larkin fella balks about coming over with me, Mr. Keene?
Merely give him his choice, Mike. He can do as we ask, or we can turn him over to the police on suspicion of murder.
Babette, this is Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene? The famous investigator?
Babette, I am very sorry to learn what has happened.
Mr. Keene has consented to investigate your father's murder.
The most brutal thing I ever heard of, Mr. Keene. I loved my father very much. I don't know how I can live without him.
Now, Babette. Try not to break down again.
Mr. Keene, this is my father's brother, my Uncle Harry.
How do you do, Mr. Masters?
How do you do, Mr. Keene? We're all pretty much in a daze right now, sir.
I understand.
I've spent all my time here at the house with Babette since Ted was killed. I'm a bachelor, Mr. Keene, but I think of Babette as being my own daughter now. If she wants me to, I'll come and live with her. Try to take her father's place.
Right now, Uncle Harry, I don't know what I want. I only know. Excuse me, please.
Oh, Babette, wait. I'll go up with you.
I'll answer that, Mr. Keene. Yes?
Is Mr. Keene here?
Oh, that's my partner, Mike Clancy, Mr. Masters.
Oh, please come in. Is this young man also associated with you, Mr. Keene?
No, this is Glenn Larkin, I take it, a friend of Eleanor's.
Just what do you want with me, Mr. Keene? What's the idea of sending this big drunk
Easy
here?
now, me bucko. Watch your manners.
Glenn, perhaps you don't realize it, but you're in serious trouble.
Why? Because of Ted Masters' murder?
Yes.
All right, so I had an argument with him. That doesn't mean I killed him.
What about your motorcycle?
Oh, I'm not the only one who owns a motorcycle.
Glenn.
Ellen, was it you who gave Mr. Keene the idea to pick me up?
Glenn,
That was very clever of you. Well, I can also make an accusation.
Just what do you mean by that, Glenn?
Mr. Keene, the gun the murderer used was found in the road.
Well?
It's true, a motorcycle passed by Ted's car when he was shot, but that doesn't mean the rider actually fired the shot.
Glenn, what are you saying?
No fingerprints were found on the gun, Mr. Keene. Just figure it out for yourself.
I think I know what you're driving at, Glenn. But I'd prefer you to come right out with it.
For all you know, someone sitting right inside that car with Ted Masters fired that shot, then threw the gun out into the road. I'm saying that Eleanor herself may have killed Ted Masters.
Mr. Keene will return in just a moment in the case of murder at a mile a minute. But first, here comes Bing Crosby and Bob Hope with a good angle on Christmas shopping.
At Christmas time and all the year, it's Chesterfield that brings good cheer with mildness and a better taste, and no unpleasant aftertaste. Sound of Chesterfield. Sound of Chesterfield. A Christmas card, carton of milder Chesterfield.
That's right. That was the Bing Crosby Quartet you just heard, folks. Dancer, Prancer, Blitzen, and Crosby. And this is Bob Chesterfield Hope reminding you that Christmas is just around the corner, and so is your friendly Chesterfield dealer with a complete line of Christmas gifts, including bright Chesterfield Christmas card cartons. Now, that's the perfect gift for any smoker, isn't it? A carton or two of Chesterfields with that Chesterfield mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. So for your friends this Christmas, for your own smoking pleasure all year round, take a tip from Bing and me and...
Sound of
Chesterfield.
Sound of
Chesterfield.
A Christmas card, carton of milder Chesterfield.
That's right.
Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder at a mile a minute. Young Glenn Larkin, under suspicion of killing wealthy Ted Masters, has pointed an accusing finger at the girl Eleanor, who had refused to marry Glenn. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy, together with Harry Masters, the victim's brother, stare at the young man in amazement. But then Mr. Keene points to an obvious fact.
Glenn, what you just said about Eleanor being the killer of Ted Masters is highly improbable.
Is it, Mr. Keene?
There would have been powder burns on his clothing if he'd been shot at close range. Besides, what motive did Eleanor have?
You're just trying to protect her and get me deeper into this thing.
I'm trying to solve this murder case, Glenn. And right now, you're the one I'm most interested in.
You'd be better off if you'd confess, young man.
It's all right, Mr. Masters. I have a feeling Glenn Larkin will cooperate. Unless he wants to take a chance on being indicted for murder.
All right, Mr. Keene. I won't make any trouble.
The fact that the gun was found without fingerprints means nothing. The motorcyclist was undoubtedly wearing gloves, and there's no getting away from the fact that the motorcyclist murdered Ted Masters. It only remains to find out now who that person was.
It wasn't me, Mr. Keene. I swear to it.
What were you doing on the day Ted Masters was killed, Glenn?
I was at work. I'm an assistant manager in a sporting goods store.
At what time did the murder occur, Eleanor?
It was exactly 3 in the afternoon, Mr. Keene.
Glenn, can you prove you were in the store at 3 o'clock? Well, can you?
No, he can't prove it, Mr. Keene.
Babette, are you feeling better?
Yes, Uncle Harry.
Babette, how do you know Glenn Larkin wasn't at the store when your father was killed?
Because he was outside this house at 2:30, Mr. Keene, and he left soon after.
How do you know?
I saw you, Mr. Larkin. You were standing outside.
Is that true, Glenn?
Yes, Mr. Keene. I was here.
And when did you return to your work at the store?
At 3:30.
Oh, then, Mr. Keene, he could have caught up with Ted and Eleanor when they left here in Ted's car.
I didn't, I tell you. I didn't even have my motorcycle with me. It was parked in a vacant lot behind the store, where it always is.
Babette, when you saw Glenn outside the house, did you also see a motorcycle?
No. No, I don't think so, Mr. Keene.
But, Mr. Keene, what could have prevented him from returning to the store, getting the motorcycle, and catching up with my brother Ted? Ted drove to the park often. Maybe this young man knew that.
You're all trying to use me as a scapegoat. I had nothing to do with the murder, I tell you.
Glenn, why did you come here to Ted Masters' house that afternoon?
I received a letter from Masters, Mr. Keene. I had quarreled with him about Eleanor, and he challenged me to meet him at his home and have it out. He told me to be here at 3. I came early and waited, then rang the bell. No one answered, so I left.
Did you hear him ring the bell, Babette?
Yes, Mr. Keene. I didn't answer because he looked ugly. I was afraid of him.
Glenn, do you have that message Ted Masters sent you?
No, Mr. Keene. It got me so mad I tore it to pieces.
Seems to me this young fella's in the mighty tough spot, boss.
Mike Clancy is right, Glenn. You are.
Well, I'm not afraid. I'll go to the police and tell them everything I know. I'm innocent and I can prove it.
Perhaps you'd better do that now, Glenn.
I will.
And Mike will go along with you.
Sure, boss.
Come back here after you're through, Mike.
I will, Mr. Keene. Let's get started, young fella.
Glenn,
What is it, Eleanor?
I'm sorry. I'm honestly sorry.
Goodbye.
Mr. Keene, I think I'd better leave myself. I'll call you, Babette, very soon.
All right, Eleanor.
Goodbye, Mr. Keene, and thanks for everything. I'm only sorry it had to be Glenn.
Oh, this case isn't closed, Eleanor. Glenn hasn't been convicted.
I'll keep in touch with you.
Please do.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eleanor.
Good night. Babette, I'm going down to the lawyer's office in the morning to see about your father's will.
All right, Uncle Harry.
Did you handle your brother's business affairs, Mr. Masters?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Keene. Ted was a much cleverer businessman than I was. That's why he was so successful while I...
What were you going to say, Mr. Masters?
Nothing.
I'm going to bed, Mr. Keene. I'm too exhausted to stay up any longer.
Do you want me to stay here overnight, Babette?
If you'd like to stay, please do, Uncle Harry. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I've got a club meeting tonight, Mr. Keene. I think I'll run down for a couple of hours. Can I drop you off anywhere?
I want to wait here for my partner to return, Mr. Masters.
You've done a great job on this case. In my opinion, that young man, Glenn Larkin, is guilty.
I prefer to wait until I have further proof. However, no matter who the murderer is, I intend to put my hands on him tonight.
You mean, even if we've made a mistake about young Larkin?
Yes.
Have you any ideas?
One or two.
On second thought, Mr. Keene, I think I'll skip the club tonight. I'll go inside into the library and read for a bit. Shall we say good night now?
I believe we'll see each other once more, Mr. Masters, before I go.
Still here?
Yes, Babette. I've been waiting for my partner, Mike Clancy, to return.
But it's midnight.
Something's evidently detained him.
Mr. Keene, have you been going through that desk?
I took the liberty of doing so, yes. Inasmuch as I'm investigating your father's murder. The desk belonged to your father, didn't it, Babette?
Yes.
I found this checkbook. Your uncle, Harry Masters, seems to have received a great deal of money from your father.
Father lent him money, yes.
The last check stub is dated several months ago. Your father doesn't seem to have made out another check to his brother since then.
They weren't on good terms, Mr. Keene.
No?
They'd quarreled bitterly a short time ago. I didn't mention it out of loyalty to my uncle.
What did they quarrel about?
Uncle Harry made an investment and lost almost all his money. Father had warned him not to, but he insisted. After he lost the money, he blamed it on Father.
Even though your father had warned him not to make the investment?
He twisted Father's words around. Anyway, Mr. Keene, Father felt sorry for him, and he helped him out for a while. And then when Uncle Harry demanded too much, Father became annoyed and stopped supporting him.
That's a lie. No one has ever supported me.
Uncle Harry!
You're both trying to get me into trouble, but I won't stand for it.
There's no need to get excited, Mr. Masters.
Well, it's true, Mr. Keene. I borrowed money from Ted, and I quarreled with him. But do you think I'd kill my own brother?
It's happened before.
Babette knows how fond I was of Ted. Don't you, Babette?
All I know is that you've tried to interfere with Father's life and mine for years, Uncle Harry.
Oh, don't say that, Babette. Mr. Keene might think that... well, she's peeved with me, that's all, Mr. Keene. Ever since I told her that you'd changed in many ways. Well, she's been angry.
Changed? How, Mr. Masters?
Oh, I don't know. Young women are so peculiar these days. They change their appearance so fast, you hardly recognize them. Hair cut short.
That's enough, Uncle Harry.
Babette, this photograph of you and your father here on the piano, how long ago was it taken?
We took that on his birthday. A couple of weeks ago, Mr. Keene.
I noticed it in particular because I happen to agree with your uncle here. You have changed.
What do you mean?
In this picture, your hair is long, almost down to your shoulders. But since then, you've given yourself a very short bob, like a boy.
What's that got to do with anything?
May I look inside your room, Babette?
My room?
It's right here, isn't it?
Wait, don't go in there. Mr. Keene, I refuse to have you search my room.
Would you mind stepping aside, Babette, just for a moment?
Where are you going?
I merely want to check this closet.
There's nothing in there, I tell you, nothing.
No? Do you mind if I look inside this suitcase?
Mr. Keene, Babette's just taken a gun out of that drawer.
Keep away from that suitcase, Mr. Keene.
I've already found what I was looking for, Babette. A pair of men's breeches, a motorcycle helmet, and a heavy scarf, which you undoubtedly wound around your face to form a mask.
Mr. Keene, you mean Babette killed her own father?
I didn't mean to. I loved him. He was my life. It was that woman I wanted to kill, Eleanor. She was taking him away from me.
So that was it. When you fired the gun, you missed Eleanor, your intended victim, and killed your father.
Why don't you leave me alone? Who asked you to come here? I'll kill you, too.
Drop the gun, young lady.
Good work, Mike. How long have you been inside the house?
I got your phone message at police headquarters and came over here like you said, Mr. Keene. I came in through the cellar and kept under cover.
All right, you have me now. I don't care what happens to me anyway.
You certainly went about this crime in a very clever way, Babette. When you witnessed the quarrel between your father and Glenn Larkin, you realized that Glenn might easily be blamed if you murdered Eleanor. You sent Glenn that note, didn't you? Asking him to come here, and knowing that perhaps he'd leave his motorcycle where he always parked it.
She sure had young Larkin pinned against the wall, Mr. Keene.
And the first thing that made me suspicious of her, Mike, was the way she came out with her facts. So clearly and calmly, in spite of her unhappiness over her father. But it was her hair that gave me the strongest clue. You cut it short, Babette, so you'd appear more like a man when you rode that motorcycle. A young woman with your natural beauty doesn't deliberately spoil her appearance without a reason.
Mr. Keene, I still can't believe that Babette...
I'm afraid you don't know how clever your niece can be, Mr. Masters. She already had one scapegoat in Glen Larkin, but she was going to add another one by involving you. She only had to take one chance, and it worked out in her favor.
One chance?
The afternoon of the murder, she didn't see Glen Larkin waiting outside the house. When he arrived, she was already on her way to the place where he worked to steal his motorcycle. She just took a chance that her note would make him angry enough to come here. And she was right.
Why don't you stop torturing me and take me away?
I'm not torturing you, Babette. You tortured yourself. In your insane jealousy of your father's friend Eleanor, you murdered him when you meant to murder her. I'm afraid you're going to pay for your horrible crime, Babette, in full. A terrible thing. A terrible thing.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder at a mile a minute. If you suffer from pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you've received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Listen again next week to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Mystery, Comedy, Music, and Drama. Brought to you by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too. By Chesterfield. Sound off for Chesterfield. Get something new, something no other cigarette has. Chesterfield mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And by Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummer. Richard Leonard is the director. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Your announcer, Jack Costello. We thank Ed Latimer, who played the role of Mike Clancy, for James Kelly, who was unable to appear. Remember, Mr. Keene is on the air at this same time every Thursday at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the famous actress murder case.
Dragnet, the story of your police force, is next on NBC.
This RadioVault.com program is a copyrighted presentation. All rights reserved.
Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons in The Silver Candlestick Murder Case, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Mystery, Comedy, Music, and Drama. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we present Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Silver Candlestick Murder. Mr. Keene is presented by Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too. And by Chesterfield. Chesterfields are much milder, and with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. If you suffer from pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you've received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons in The Silver Candlestick Murder Case. The scene opens in the dimly lit drawing room of an old mansion on New York's Upper Fifth Avenue. It's about 9 o'clock at night, and a rather shabbily dressed but handsome young man has been pacing the room. Suddenly, he notices a photograph on the mahogany desk. Quickly, he walks toward it, his face showing stunned bewilderment.
Great Scott, it can't be. But it is. Why, this photograph. It's fantastic. I've got to get out of here. I was a fool to have come. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't see anyone come in. What are you doing with that silver candlestick? Oh, you struck me. No, don't. Don't you...
Mr. Keene, my name is Mrs. Grace Denning. I need your help most desperately.
Please sit down, Mrs. Denning. Mike?
Yes, boss.
Mrs. Denning, this is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Oh, how do you do, ma'am?
How do you do? Mr. Keene, I know you're a famous murder investigator. And also that you trace people who are missing.
Yes?
I want you to find my husband. Neil has disappeared. And I'm so terribly frightened.
How long has your husband been missing, Mrs. Denning?
Only since yesterday, Mr. Keene. But I know something dreadful has happened to him. Neil is an actor, but acting jobs are scarce. So he's been working as a model for artists and photographers to get money. He's very handsome. Well, yesterday, he had a telephone call.
Yes? Go on, Mrs. Denning.
As I came into the room, I overheard Neil saying, "I'm not going through with it. It's too dangerous, much too dangerous." There was a long pause, and then he said, "Very well, then. I need the money. I'll be there." Then he wrote down an address and hung up the receiver. And, Mr. Keene, Neil's face was white as a sheet.
Mrs. Denning, did you question your husband about the phone call?
Oh, yes. But he was very nervous and evasive. He told me he was going out to pose for a photographer and wouldn't be home until late. Mr. Keene, that was almost 24 hours ago, and he hasn't returned.
Sure, and that's mighty queer. I mean the phone call he got.
Yes, Mr. Clancy, and let me tell the rest of it. I overheard Neil repeat that address where he was going just before he hung up the phone. So this morning I went there. But it isn't an office building or a studio at all. It's a grim-looking old mansion. I kept ringing the bell, but nobody answered. Oh, Mr. Keene, please help me find Neil. I'm certain he's in dreadful danger or worse.
Mrs. Denning, write down your address on this paper, and the address your husband repeated on the phone, the place where he apparently went last night.
Very well. Oh, Mr. Keene, you will search for Neil, won't you?
Yes, but I'm afraid from what you tell me of that phone call that your husband was involved in a dangerous undertaking and possibly feared for his life.
Oh, Mr. Keene, you don't think...
It's too soon to guess, Mrs. Denning. Now, you go home and wait until Mike Clancy and I investigate. And try not to worry.
Bless you. Goodbye, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
So long, Mrs. Denning.
Mike, I recognize this address where Neil Denning is supposed to have gone last evening.
You do, boss?
Yes. It's the old Tilden mansion, the home of a rich and elderly recluse, Miss Abigail Tilden.
Well, sure, and what would Neil Denning have been doing there, boss?
I don't know, Mike, and I don't like it. For instance, why didn't anyone answer the door when Neil Denning's wife went there today? Come along. Let's go there and see what we can find out. This is the Tilden mansion, Mike. Would you ring the doorbell, please?
Right, boss. Oh, Mr. Keene, I recall now reading about Miss Abigail Tilden. She's from one of those real old society families.
Yes, Mike. In fact, I knew her slightly many years ago.
Yes? What is it?
My name is Keene, and this is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator?
Yes, and who are you, young lady?
I'm Elise Tilden. Won't you come in?
I take it you are related to Miss Abigail Tilden.
I'm her niece. Come into the drawing room, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy.
Thank you.
Elise, my dear, who are these gentlemen?
Oh, this is Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy, Donald. My fiancé, Donald Stiles.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I've heard of you, of course. Is something wrong?
Yes, Mr. Stiles. A young actor and artist model, Neil Denning, disappeared last night. His wife has reason to believe he came here to this house.
What? Well, I've never even heard of such a man, Mr. Keene.
Well, nor have I. He certainly didn't come here, Mr. Keene. Elise went out for about an hour last evening, but I was here. No one rang the doorbell.
You're sure of that, Mr. Stiles?
Positive. No one came here last night.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Miss Tilden, Mr. Stiles. Come along, Mike.
Yes, boss.
I'm sorry we couldn't be of help, Mr. Keene.
Goodbye.
Well, now, what do you make of that, boss? Sure, maybe Mrs. Denning got the wrong address.
Mike, I happened to notice something in that drawing room. A dark stain on the carpet. It may have been a blood stain.
A blood stain? Saints preserve us. Then those two, Miss Tilden and her fiancé, were lying to us.
Mike, just on a hunch, I think you and I will have a look in the cellar of this old Tilden house. And let's go round to the back and see if there's a door or a window we might get in. Come along, Mike. And keep your flashlight on, Mike. It's pitch dark in this old cellar.
This place is more like a dungeon than a cellar, Mr. Keene.
Mike, wait. Turn the flashlight over to the left. There, that's it.
Why, it looks like a coal bin.
Yes. Let's look inside. Mike, look here.
Mr. Keene, it's the body of a man.
Yes.
Oh, and his head's been bashed in by something.
He was obviously killed by a blow on the head. Mike, we've found the answer to Neil Denning's disappearance. He did come here to the old Tilden mansion last night, and he was brutally murdered.
Mr. Keene, do you suppose that... Well...
Mike, someone's coming. Switch off the flashlight.
Can you see who it is, boss? Mr. Keene! Mr. Keene!
I'm all right, Mike, but whoever fired at us is getting away.
The flashlight's broken. Boss, whoever it was, went up some steps.
Here, Mike. Here's the staircase. It must lead into the house. Come on. Now the door, Mike. Hurry.
Well, I'm trying to find the doorknob. Oh, here it is, boss. Well, looks like we're in the back hallway of the Tilden mansion, Mr. Keene. But there's no sign of the person who shot at us.
Come on, down this hall, Mike.
Who's there? Why, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy. I was up in my Aunt Abigail's room when I thought I heard shots.
You did hear shots, Miss Tilden. Someone fired at Mike and me while we were down in the cellar.
You were down in the cellar?
And whoever it was came up the cellar stairs and got away through the house. Or he may still be here.
Good heavens.
Miss Tilden, where is your fiancé, Donald Stiles?
Why, he left the house about 5 minutes ago. Mr. Keene, surely you don't think Donald tried to kill you? Why, that's fantastic.
Miss Tilden, Mike Clancy and I have just discovered the murdered body of a young actor, Neil Denning, in a coal bin in the cellar.
What? Oh, no. Is he the young man you came here to inquire about?
Yes, Miss Tilden. Where's your telephone?
In the study.
I'm going to call the police at once.
Oh, but Mr. Keene.
Yes?
Must you call the police? I mean, it's all so dreadful and scandalous.
Miss Tilden, you seem to forget that there's a brutal killer at large. A killer who must be caught before he has a chance to murder again.
I know, Mr. Keene, but I'm thinking of my Aunt Abigail. She'll be horrified and shocked by the scandal. And after all, why should we be involved? None of us ever heard of that man who was murdered.
I'm sorry, Miss Tilden, but you are very much involved. In fact, until this case is solved, everyone in this house is under suspicion of murder.
Mr. Keene will return in just a moment in the Silver Candlestick murder case. But first, now here's something of interest to you.
For breathless moments, for your breathless moments.
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Dentine tastes so good.
Dentine freshens your breath.
Dentine helps keep your teeth sparkling clean and white.
Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentine. You'll love Dentine chewing gum, for Dentine has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentine helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentine handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentine.
So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Now back to Mr. Keene and the Silver Candlestick murder case. When Neil Denning, a handsome young actor and artist model, mysteriously disappeared, his attractive young wife, Grace, begged Mr. Keene to try and find him. Mr. Keene and his partner, Mike Clancy, have visited a grim old Fifth Avenue mansion and questioned Elise Tilden, niece of its owner, eccentric old Miss Abigail Tilden, and Elise's fiancé, Donald Stiles, who both claim never to have heard of Neil Denning. But a short while ago, Mr. Keene and Mike discovered Neil's body in the cellar of the mansion. Now they're approaching the apartment of Neil Denning to break the news to the widow of the murdered man. And Mike is saying,
"Well, this is Mrs. Denning's apartment, Mr. Keene. It'll be tough to have to tell her her husband has been murdered."
Yes, Mike.
But it's
and
true, Grace.
Mike, listen.
No, you don't know what you're saying. I won't listen.
Boss, that's Grace Denning's voice.
Grace, I tell you, Neil is no good. The sooner you realize that and clear out of here, the better.
Mr. Denning apparently has a visitor, Mike. Ring the doorbell.
Oh, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy. Won't you come in? This is Alan Page, a friend of my husband, Neil. Alan, this is Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
How do you do?
How do you do? So you claim to be a friend of Neil Denning's, do you, Mr. Page? Well, sure, when we heard you a minute ago, you aren't talking like any friend of his.
So you heard me, did you? Very well, Mr. Clancy. I admit it. I was telling Grace it was ridiculous to ask Mr. Keene to find Neil. He hasn't disappeared. He's probably just walked out on her.
Alan, don't say any more.
Grace, I told you Neil was no good even before you married him. I thought he'd pull a stunt like this.
It happens you're mistaken, Mr. Page. We have just come to tell Mrs. Denning some very shocking news.
Mr. Keene, you don't mean...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Denning. Your husband has been murdered.
Oh.
Mike and I found his body about half an hour ago.
No!
I'm
Oh,
very
no.
sorry to bring you this news.
Neil! Oh, Neil!
Grace.
Let me alone, Alan! Let me alone!
Mr. Keene, this is horrible.
Or maybe it's not as horrible as you'd like us to think, Mr. Page.
What do you mean by that, Clancy?
My partner means, Mr. Page, that if you were in love with Grace Denning, as you obviously seem to be, the police may consider you a strong suspect in Neil Denning's murder.
Why, you're insane, Mr. Keene. It's true I'm in love with Grace Denning. And for her sake, I tried to help Neil get back on his feet. He was an actor and out of work most of the time. Why, I even got a job for him.
What kind of a job?
Why, yesterday, a man who belongs to the same club I do said he might have work for Neil Denning and asked for his phone number. I assumed it was a modeling job for a photographer. Neil was doing that work as a sideline lately.
Mr. Page, who is this man who is so interested in Neil Denning?
His name is Stiles, Donald Stiles.
Saints preserve us, Mr. Keene, sir. The man Elise Tilden is engaged to.
Yes, Mike. Mr. Page, how well do you know this Donald Stiles?
Only casually, Mr. Keene. He's a well-dressed chap, always seems to have money. I never knew what business he was in.
I see. Well, come along, Mike. We're going.
Right, sir. Mr. Keene, at first I thought this fella Alan Page might have murdered Neil Denning. But now
Mike, Donald Stiles denied ever having heard of Neil Denning. Now we know he was lying. But why?
Yeah, sure you got me there, Mr. Keene, sir.
Mike, I want you to check on Donald Stiles. Find out all you can about him.
Right, boss. But what about you, Mr. Keene?
I'm going back to the Tilden mansion where Neil Denning was murdered and pay a call on old Abigail Tilden.
You mean the old aunt who never goes out of her room or sees anybody?
Yes, but I'll have to insist on seeing her. As soon as you've checked on Donald Stiles, phone me there. And hurry, Mike. Well, Miss Abigail, it's been many years since I've had the pleasure of seeing you.
Mr. Keene, I know why you're calling on me now. I know there's been a murder here in my house. I couldn't help but know with police all over the place.
Miss Abigail, last evening, did you hear anything unusual?
No, I did not, Mr. Keene. I never leave my room. My niece went out for a while last night, and her fiancé, Donald Stiles, came up here to my room to keep me company. I could have done very well without that young man's company.
You don't approve of Donald Stiles?
He's a thoroughgoing rascal. Only after Elise because he knows that she'll inherit all of my fortune now.
Now, what do you mean by now, Miss Abigail?
I mean now that I've cut Robbie out of my will.
And who is Robbie?
Why, my nephew, Mr. Keene, and the finest boy who ever lived, till he walked out on me 5 years ago, after we quarreled. He disappeared. That's Robbie's picture there on the table.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I raised Robbie and Elise. They're cousins. But Robbie, my nephew, was my favorite until he left this house. I have no idea where he is. And after all I did for him.
That phone call may be for me, Miss Abigail.
You can take it on the extension in the hall, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Will you excuse me, please? Hello?
Mr. Keane, this is Mike Clancy.
Yes, Mike.
Well, boss, I've checked on Donald Stiles. He's no good. He owes $10,000 to an underworld character named Joe Parrish, who owns a nightclub where Stiles throws expensive champagne parties.
Yes, go on, Mike.
Well, Donald Stiles got engaged to Miss Elise Tilden about 3 months ago, and the talk's going around that he's after the rich old aunt's money.
I've just been talking to the aunt, Miss Abigail Tilden. And, Mike, I've discovered something.
You want me to come over there, boss?
Yes, Mike. Get over here to the old Tilden mansion right away.
Well, Mr. Keene, I didn't know you'd come back.
Oh, Mr. Stiles.
Have you found any clue to that young man, Neil Denning's murder?
Yes. I suggest you and I go into the sitting room here and talk.
Certainly. It's a shocking thing, you're finding his body in the cellar of this house. I suppose someone must have murdered him last night out on the street and dragged his body into the cellar to hide it.
Mr. Stiles, you can stop lying.
What?
I have found out that last night you telephoned Neil Denning at his home and arranged for him to come here to this house at 8 o'clock.
Why, Mr. Keene,
A few minutes ago, in Miss Abigail Tilden's room, I saw a photograph of her nephew, Robbie, who left home 5 years ago after a quarrel with his aunt.
Well?
That photograph bears a startling resemblance to the murdered man, Neil Denning. Mr. Stiles, I'm convinced that you were planning a fraud of some kind. A fraud which involved the missing nephew, Robbie, and Neil Denning, the actor who looked just like him. And when Neil Denning discovered it, did you murder him to keep him quiet?
No, I didn't kill him. Mr. Keene, I'll tell you everything. It's true, I did hire Neil Denning to come here last night. I owe a certain big nightclub owner a good deal of money. I was afraid my fiancée, Elise Tilden, would find out and break our engagement. So I had to get money, fast.
Go on, Mr. Stiles.
I knew about Elise's cousin, Robbie, who'd left home 5 years ago. When I happened to see the actor, Neil Denning's picture in a magazine advertisement, I was struck with an idea.
I think I know the rest, Mr. Stiles. You engaged Neil Denning, who was an actor, to impersonate the missing nephew, Robbie.
Yes, Mr. Keene. You see, Abigail Tilden is a very old lady. Her eyesight is poor and her mind wanders sometimes. I was sure Neil Denning could fool her into thinking he was her missing nephew, Robbie.
And then what was he to do?
Neil Denning impersonating Robbie was to say that he'd returned home, but that he needed $20,000 right away. I hoped old Miss Abigail would give him the money. Then Neil Denning and I would split.
A very daring scheme, Mr. Stiles.
I knew my fiancée, Elise Tilden, would be out last evening. I went to her Aunt Abigail's room, and Neil Denning waited in the drawing room ready to come upstairs and pull off his impersonation. But when I went down to get him, he was gone, Mr. Keene. He disappeared.
Donald?
Oh, Elise.
Why, Mr. Keene, you're here.
Yes, Miss Tilden. I was about to tell your fiancé, Donald Stiles, that I now have proof as to who murdered that young man, Neil Denning. You see, I have in my possession the weapon that was used to kill him.
You have the murder weapon, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Miss Tilden. And there are fingerprints on it which will establish the murderer's identity beyond doubt. I intend to turn it over to the police right away.
Oh, no, you don't, Mr. Keene. Stand where you are.
Elise, that gun.
Yes, Donald, I have a gun. Mr. Keene, you're going to hand that silver candlestick over to me.
So it was a silver candlestick you used to beat Neil Denning over the head and kill him. I'm glad to know that, Elise Tilden, because now I can search this house for it.
Then you didn't have the candlestick at all. You tricked me, Keene.
Yes, it was a trick, and it worked.
All right. I admit I killed that man, Neil Denning. But I did it for you, Donald.
Elise, you're crazy.
Go on, Elise. You may as well confess.
I came home early last night. I walked into the drawing room and saw that man, Neil Denning, standing there. In the dim light, I thought it was my cousin Robbie, come home after all these years. I was frantic. I knew Robbie would win Aunt Abigail over to him again. He was always her favorite. She'd leave all her money to him, and I'd lose everything. So I picked up the silver candlestick and killed Neil Denning.
Elise, how could you?
I told you I did it because of you, Donald. I know you don't really love me. You'd leave me if I didn't inherit Aunt Abigail's fortune.
And so, in a moment of panic, Miss Tilden, you murdered the man you thought might take that fortune from you.
When I saw it wasn't my cousin Robbie, but a stranger, it was too late, Mr. Keene. So I dragged his body to the cellar, trying to hide it.
And that gun in your hand is the same gun you fired at Mike Clancy and me when we were in the cellar. I suspected it when we came upstairs, and I noticed a smudge of coal dust on your dress. But I needed proof.
It won't do you any good. I've killed once, and I'll do it again.
Oh, no, you don't, young lady. Now, give me that gun.
Let go of me.
There, I've got the gun now, Mr. Keene, sir. And this lady won't be causing any more trouble.
You got here just in time, Mike. Donald Stiles here is guilty of attempted fraud. An evil crime, to be sure. But it's Elise Tilden who will pay the supreme penalty for the murder of Neil Denning.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Silver Candlestick murder case.
The mask is off. The mask is off in cigarette advertising. Chesterfield is first to name all of its ingredients, and here they are. Chesterfield uses the right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities, and kept tasty and fresh by the only tried and tested moistening agents proved by over 40 years of continuous use in USA tobacco products as entirely safe for use in the mouth. Pure natural sugars and chemically pure, harmless, and far more costly glycerol. Nothing else. And remember this. Chesterfields are wrapped in pure white cigarette paper, the best that money can buy. You can be glad if you smoke Chesterfields because they give you every advantage known to modern science. For you, that means that Chesterfields are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. All for your smoking pleasure and protection. So sound off for Chesterfields and do it today.
Listen again next week to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Mystery, Comedy, Music, and Drama, brought to you by Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too, and by Chesterfield. Remember, Chesterfields are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste. And from the report of a well-known research organization, Chesterfields leave no unpleasant aftertaste. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Gene Carroll, directed by Richard Leonard. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Your announcer, Jack Costello. Remember, Mr. Keene is on the air at this same time every Thursday at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday, when the kindly old tracer turns to the House on the Cliff murder case.
Dragnet Authentic Adventure is next on NBC.
Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in The Rented Cottage Murder Case, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Mystery, Comedy, Music, and Drama. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we present Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Rented Cottage Murder. Mr. Keene is presented by Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too, and by Chesterfield. Ask your dealer for Chesterfield, the only cigarette that names all its ingredients. Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N, Anacin, in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons in The Rented Cottage Murder Case. Our scene opens as three people are about to enter a gleaming white cottage. Its charm dimmed only by a large real estate sign reading, "For rent," at the lowest rental within 100 miles of New York. One of the three is the rental agent, the second a man on crutches, the third his wife, and she speaks the words that lead to murder.
Mr. Burkett, you don't mean to say my husband and I can rent this lovely place for $25 a month?
That's the price, Mrs. Haynes, and it's completely furnished. I'll open the door. Careful, Mr. Haynes. The floor's just been waxed. Your crutches may slide.
Thanks. I'm all right.
Lovely place for $25 a month, isn't it?
Mr. Burkett, are you sure that's the rent? It doesn't seem possible, does it, Tom?
Mr. Burkett, why should a place like this rent for almost nothing? From other places my wife and I looked at, this should bring at least $200.
You're the 10th couple I've shown it to, Mr. and Mrs. Haynes, but nobody would touch it. They were afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
A murder was committed in this cottage.
A murder?
I wouldn't spend a night here for $10,000 myself. Anyway, that answers your question about the giveaway rent. You better let me show you something else.
Well, my husband and I aren't the scary kind, are we, Tom? Besides, beggars can't be choosers.
I've told you what I think about this place, Mrs. Haynes. A furnished room somewhere might be safer.
Well, what do you think, Tom?
You decide, Jenny.
It may be unpleasant at first, but there's no reason for anyone to harm us.
All right, Jenny. Here's $25 for the first month's rent, Mr. Burkett.
I wish I had you folks' courage. I'll go to my office and be right back with a receipt. You may change your minds meanwhile.
Jenny, I hope you won't be nervous living here. Murder isn't a nice thing to think about.
The only thing I ever worry about is you, Tom. I want you to get well again. And this is just the place for you.
I know, Jenny. And I will.
Oh. Of course you will, dear. I'm simply dying to see the bedroom. I guess this is the door to it. Oh, no. It's a little hall.
She fell for it like the fool she is. Hey, take that gun off me. I might have known. No, don't shoot. We'll talk this over.
Mr. Keene, while I was in the bedroom, my husband Tom was murdered. If only I hadn't rented that cottage for $25. But it was so beautiful, and we were so poor.
Now, try to calm yourself, Mrs. Haynes. My partner, Mike Clancy, and I can't help you without hearing your complete story.
And that we can't, ma'am. It's a strange story you're telling.
I know, Mr. Clancy. But the memory of seeing my husband dead on the floor with his crutches beside him will haunt me the rest of my life.
Then your husband was a cripple, Mrs. Haynes?
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. Not really a cripple. Tom was a traveling salesman for a large importing company. And early last winter he made a trip to Canada and fell on the ice. He injured his hip so badly he had to use crutches ever since.
I see.
He was convinced he'd be a cripple for life and never resume his job as salesman again. I tried to convince him otherwise, but just as I thought I was succeeding, his firm discharged him as physically unfit to carry on his work.
Well, a cold-blooded lot for a man to be working for, ma'am.
Now let Mrs. Haynes go on, Mike.
Tom's employers didn't put it just that way, Mr. Keene. They sent him a check for $300 and told him when he got better, they would try to place him in an office job.
I see.
The money they sent, added to our little savings, didn't make much, Mr. Keene. We were almost at the end of it when we heard of a charming little cottage for rent at $25 a month.
Now, where did you hear about it, Mrs. Haynes?
Tom said he saw it advertised, and we went out to see it.
And the agent, Mr. Burkett, told you nobody would rent it because a murder had occurred there?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And we were foolish enough to take it. Tom gave Mr. Burkett a month's rent. And just after the real estate agent left for his office to make out a receipt, Tom, as I told you, was murdered in cold blood.
Mrs. Haynes, you may be sure that Mike Clancy and I will do our best to bring your husband's killer to justice.
I knew you would, Mr. Keene. That's why I came to you.
If you'll write the address of the cottage on this pad, and Mr. Burkett's address too, Mike and I will go there immediately.
Well, here we are, Mr. Keene. The White Cottage.
Yes, Mike. And as charming as Mrs. Haynes described it.
Why, the door's open.
We'll go in, Mike.
I see the way it's furnished, boss. Looks like an ad for a furniture store. But on second glance, it's all old stuff and ready to fall apart.
Mike, every piece of furniture here is a valuable antique. Imported from England.
Well, I'd not give much for it.
Now, that old bookcase alone is worth several $1,000s. Quite unusual furniture for a small cottage.
Well, I guess Mrs. Haynes's husband was standing about where I am, Mr. Keene, facing the front door when he was shot.
Yes, Mike. And I imagine this door behind us leads to the bedroom hall. Now, listen, Mike. There's someone in the bedroom. Come on, and have your gun handy.
I'll go first, boss.
Very well, Mike.
Hold still, me bucko.
Who the devil are you?
My name is Keene, and this is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Oh, that's different. Glad to meet you. My name is Orville Burkett.
The man who rented this cottage to the murdered Tom Haynes?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And nobody can say I didn't warn him not to rent it. I told him and his wife it was a murder house. I wouldn't spend a night here for $10,000.
I notice you've moved the bed into the middle of the room, and everything else as well. May I ask what you're looking for?
A pair of crutches, Mr. Keene.
A pair of crutches?
When Mr. Haynes and his wife rented the place, he was on crutches. When the police came after he was murdered, the crutches were gone. They couldn't find them. I thought I might.
Boss, Mrs. Haynes didn't tell us about the crutches being gone.
She probably forgot to, Mike, in her sorrow and shock.
Mr. Keene, I take it Mrs. Haynes has engaged you to get herself in the clear?
Mrs. Haynes asked me to find her husband's killer, if that's what you mean, Mr. Burkett.
Not at all. She was alone in the house with her husband when he was shot to death. Personally, I'm inclined to go to the police and suggest they arrest her for the murder.
Well, listen to that, boss. He's trying to get himself off the spot.
Mr. Clancy, are you suspecting me of murdering a man I'd never seen before and whom I warned not to rent this cottage?
Well, if you ask me, you could have doubled back when you went for the rent receipt and murdered Mrs. Haynes's husband while she was in this bedroom.
That's true, Mr. Clancy, but I didn't.
Just a moment, Mike. No doubt Mr. Burkett can explain why we find him here in what seems to be suspicious circumstances.
I came here to meet the owner of the cottage, Mrs. Herbert Lorraine.
Mrs. Herbert Lorraine? The wealthy dowager?
Yes, Mr. Keene, and she'll return here any minute. She went out for a sandwich and tea. I took advantage of her absence to look for the missing crutches.
I see.
And that gives me an idea that may give you a clue to Mr. Haynes' murder.
It does, Mr. Burkett?
The other person murdered in this house was Mrs. Lorraine's husband, and under the same circumstances.
Mrs. Lorraine's husband was murdered here?
Yes, Mr. Keene. That's why she gave me orders after Mr. Lorraine's death to rent the place for anything I could get.
That explains a great deal. And also presents a strange coincidence.
And that it does, Mr. Keene, sir. But I'm wondering, Mr. Burkett.
Yes, Mr. Clancy?
Are you going to tell us Mr. Lorraine was crippled like Mr. Haynes was? And that his crutches were missing, too, following his murder?
No, Mr. Clancy. But the odd thing is that Mr. Lorraine had a deep sympathy for anyone who was crippled. He gave generously to cripples. A large number called on him here, and he never turned one away.
Pretty story, that.
It may be true, Mike.
Mr. Burkett? Mr. Burkett?
That's Mrs. Lorraine now.
Oh, I didn't know anyone was with you.
Mrs. Lorraine, this gentleman is Mr. Keene, the famous investigator.
How do you do, Mr. Keene?
How do you do, Mrs. Lorraine? This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Pleased to meet you.
I'm glad somebody called on you to solve this dreadful murder in my cottage, Mr. Keene.
I'm making the investigation in behalf of Mrs. Haynes, the murdered man's widow.
Oh, that poor woman. I understand how she must feel.
Mr. Burkett told me your own husband met his death here in much the same way.
A year ago, Mr. Keene. I suppose Mr. Burkett told you that the Mr. Haynes who rented this cottage and was murdered was a former employee of my husband's old firm, the Lorraine Import Company?
I couldn't have told Mr. Keene that, Mrs. Lorraine, because you didn't tell me. It's the first I ever heard of it.
Don't you remember, Mr. Burkett? I told you when you informed me of the murder. And you said it was a mere coincidence.
Mrs. Lorraine, with all respect, I think your memory is failing.
Mrs. Lorraine, I'd like to speak to you privately. Will you step into the hall with me?
Surely, Mr. Keene.
Mrs. Lorraine, it's very puzzling why Mr. Burkett failed to tell me the murdered man was a former employee of your husband's company.
Mr. Keene, I know I told him. My husband often spoke of a Mr. Haynes. He was a traveling salesman for the company.
Do you recall how long ago he was discharged from his job? Because he was crippled?
Because he was crippled? Why, no. But I scarcely could know. On my husband's death, his business was sold. The present owner is named Ambrose Carter, I believe.
Mr. Ambrose Carter. I'll scribble that name down.
From what I hear, Mr. Carter is quite a different man from what my husband was.
Mr. Burkett, the rental agent, says your deceased husband had a warm spot in his heart for anyone who was crippled, and that a number of cripples came here and he gave them money. Is that true?
Yes, Mr. Keene. My husband used this cottage as a sort of hideaway, but they found him, many on crutches.
Is it true that you commissioned Mr. Burkett to rent this cottage for the small sum of $25 a month?
Yes, Mr. Keene, and completely furnished. My husband was murdered here.
I understand. Thank you, Mrs. Lorraine.
Mr. Keene, about that poor Mrs. Haynes, whose husband was murdered here, too. Is she in good financial circumstances? I'd like to help her.
You're a good-hearted woman, Mrs. Lorraine.
I realize from tragic experience how she feels.
I hope to see you again. Mike, would you come here, please?
Sure, Mr. Keene.
I believe Mrs. Lorraine has given me the clue to solve the murder in this cottage.
She has?
We will now visit the present owner of the Lorraine Importing Company, Mr. Ambrose Carter.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
And on the way, I'll phone the police. It's possible Mr. Burkett, the real estate man, is connected with the murder.
Mr. Keene will return in just a moment in The Rented Cottage Murder Case. But first, here's something of interest to you.
For breathless moments, for your breathless moments.
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking breathtaking flavor.
Dentine tastes so good.
Dentine freshens your breath.
Dentine helps keep your teeth sparkling clean and white.
Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentine. You'll love Dentine chewing gum, for Dentine has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentine helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentine handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentine.
So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Now back to Mr. Keene and the rented cottage murder case. Mr. Keene and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of Tom Haynes, a young salesman, crippled and on crutches, who was shot to death, seemingly without motive, in a charming white cottage he and his wife Jenny had just rented for the unbelievable sum of $25 a month. Mr. Keene has questioned Orville Burkett, rental agent, who was suspiciously near at the time of the murder. Also, the wealthy owner, Mrs. Lorraine, who offered the cottage at such low rent because her own husband was murdered there a year ago. Now Mr. Keene and Mike are approaching the office of the Lorraine Import Company, where the murdered Tom Haynes had worked, and which Mrs. Lorraine's husband had owned. He's come to see the new owner, Ambrose Carter, and we hear Mr. Keene saying,
Here's the Lorraine Import Company's office, Mike.
And the sign on the door says Ambrose Carter, President, Mr. Keene.
Do you gentlemen wish to see someone?
Yes, Mr. Ambrose Carter, if he's in.
I'm Ambrose Carter.
Well, my name is Keene, and this is Mike Clancy, my partner.
Mr. Keene, the private investigator?
I'm investigating the murder of Tom Haynes. I understand he was employed by you, Mr. Carter.
Tom Haynes worked here until 6 months ago. I'm surprised to hear he was murdered.
You hadn't heard, then?
No, Mr. Keene. Where was he murdered?
At Lorraine's cottage, a few minutes after he had rented it.
Does that ring any bells for you, Mr. Carter?
None, Mr. Clancy. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I have no information for you.
You're in the importing business. May I ask what you import?
A little of everything, Mr. Keene, from all corners of the world.
I notice a case filled with surgical supplies in the next room. Even a display of crutches. Do you import them, Mr. Carter?
Yes, those came from France. But since I took over the business from Mr. Lorraine's estate, we're discontinuing that line.
Tom Haynes was on crutches when he was murdered, Mr. Carter.
Was he really? I didn't know he used crutches.
Well, I'm informed you discharged him because he was a cripple, saying he couldn't continue his work as a traveling salesman.
Then you were misinformed, Mr. Keene. Who told you that?
The murdered man's widow, Jenny Haynes, told me.
That's wrong. Her husband quit his job here.
Mr. Carter, may Mike Clancy and I look at one of those crutches in the case?
You certainly may not. The case is locked.
Well, I'll open it up and get a pair out anyway, Mr. Keene.
Never mind, Mike. We'll bid Mr. Carter goodbye now.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Keene. I hope I didn't give you any wrong impressions.
I understand. Good day.
Mr. Keene, sir, why are we leaving so fast?
He's sufficiently alarmed as it is, Mike. My request to look at the crutches in that case shocked him.
Oh, yes, it did.
And I picked this card off the floor.
Why, it's Mr. Carter's own card. Expressing sympathy at the death of the murdered man.
Undoubtedly, it was to be sent with a floral offering to Tom Haynes' funeral.
Well, Carter said he didn't know Mr. Haynes was dead, boss.
There's a sinister connection between Carter's office, Mrs. Lorraine's cottage, the agent, Orville Burkett, who rented it to the murdered man, and the crutches.
Yes, boss?
I'm going to ask Lieutenant Hale of the police to confiscate a pair as murder evidence.
Well, what's the next move, Mr. Keene?
We'll return to the office immediately, Mike, and put certain things into operation.
Mr. Keene, sir, a lot of water has gone over the dam, considering we've been back here in the office under an hour.
So it has, Mike. And this record I just found in our files should end the case. I know exactly who our killer is. Hello, Mr. Keene speaking. Yes, Lieutenant Hale. You have the crutches from Mr. Carter's office and are sending them over. Good. I suggest then that you arrest all the suspects I named to you and send them to the murder cottage. Yes, I'll deliver the murderer to the police there. Goodbye.
Shall I get the car now, Mr. Keene?
Somebody's at the door, Mike.
Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy.
Mrs. Haynes, what happened?
Mr. Burkett, the rental agent, found out where I lived. He threatened to kill me if I said anything to you about poor Tom's crutches.
Saints preserve us.
Then Ambrose Carter phoned me to stay away from that cottage at the price of my life. I'm scared to death.
Mike Clancy and I will protect you, Mrs. Haynes. There's nothing to fear now.
And when I got to our room, it had been ransacked. Even parts of the paper torn off the wall.
I'm not surprised, Mrs. Haynes. Now, Mike and I will take you with us to the death cottage. Hurry, Mike, to the car. Ring the doorbell, will you, Mike? Don't be frightened, Mrs. Haynes.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I'm so relieved it's you. The cottage is surrounded by policemen. Mr. Burkett and Ambrose Carter are in the bedroom. The police arrested them both.
Mrs. Lorraine, this is Mrs. Haynes, the murdered Tom Haynes' widow.
Thanks for offering to help me, Mrs. Lorraine.
My husband was murdered here, too, Mrs. Haynes. Mr. Keene, I can't understand, but Mr. Burkett advised me to move all the furniture out of the cottage. He says he'll put it in storage.
Mrs. Lorraine, you say Mr. Burkett and Ambrose Carter are in the bedroom?
Yes, Mr. Keene. I'll open the door.
Is this your doing, Keene, having me arrested?
Yes, Mr. Burkett. But first, tell me why you attempted to have Mrs. Lorraine move the furniture out of here.
Because I think the cottage would be easier to rent that way, considering the circumstances.
I see. Now tell me, why did you threaten to kill Mrs. Haynes if she spoke to me about her murdered husband's crutches?
Why,
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Carter?
Are those crutches Mr. Clancy is carrying the ones you told me Tom Haynes had when he was murdered?
No, Mr. Carter. They're a pair the police took from the display case in your office.
What's that?
The supporting handbar unscrews and supplies a clever way to conceal narcotics.
There's no dope in those crutches, Mr. Keene.
I said they furnish a good hiding place. That was all. Mr. Carter, why did you phone Mrs. Haynes to stay away from this cottage in peril of her life?
I was afraid this rental agent Burkett would murder her like he murdered her husband.
Let me at Carter. I'll tear him apart.
Hold still, Burkett, or I'll drill you.
Mr. Burkett, the police found the murdered man's crutches in the attic of your house. They are a duplicate of the dope-carrying ones taken from Mr. Carter's office.
Why, I don't know how they got there.
I know how, Mr. Burkett.
How, Mr. Keene?
Mrs. Lorraine put them there after she murdered Tom Haynes.
The nice lady who offered to help me? Tom's murderer?
Yes, Mrs. Haynes.
Try to prove it, Keene.
In the rush, Mrs. Lorraine, you dropped a monogrammed handkerchief beside the crutches in Mr. Burkett's house next door. And here's your criminal record, Mrs. Herbert Lorraine.
What?
You were in the dope racket before you married Herbert Lorraine. He was a trusting husband, so you conceived the plan of making capital of his sympathy for cripples by designing this clever type of crutch to transport narcotics.
Keep on dreaming, Keene.
The cripples who came here came to get narcotics from you as your peddlers. They weren't cripples. And when your husband discovered what you were, you murdered him in this cottage.
The soft fool turned on me. Was going to get the police. I had to murder him, Keene.
You will be tried and convicted for the murder of your husband and the murder of Tom Haynes. Take her out to the police, Mike.
Come along, Mrs. Lorraine.
One thing you didn't figure, Keene, was why I offered to rent this cottage for $25 a month.
Oh, yes. The game was for your accomplice in the dope racket to offer it for $25 and then terrorize prospective tenants not to take it. In that way, you could retain it to conceal a king's ransom in dope you had hidden in the furniture here. I mean, you are her accomplice, Orville Burkett.
That's right, Keene. I'd rather take the rap for dope than for murder.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mrs. Haynes?
You say Mrs. Lorraine murdered my husband, Tom? Well, why? Why would she want to kill him?
It may help you bear your sorrow, Mrs. Haynes, to know your husband was part of a dope ring, too.
No. Tom was?
He knew Mrs. Lorraine kept hundreds of thousands of dollars in narcotics concealed in her costly furniture here. That's why he rented the cottage. That's why he couldn't be frightened by the murder story. And that's why Mrs. Lorraine murdered him.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Your life will be better without him.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the rented cottage murder case.
The mask is off. The mask is off in cigarette advertising. Chesterfield is first to name all of its ingredients because you should know what gives you the best possible smoke. The right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities, and kept tasty and fresh with tried and tested moistening agents, pure natural sugars, chemically pure, harmless, far more costly glycerol. Nothing else. Only these are entirely safe for use in the mouth, as proved by over 40 years of continuous use in tobacco products. And remember, your Chesterfields are wrapped in cigarette paper of the highest purity, the best that money can buy. We name our ingredients because every smoker should know what makes Chesterfield the best possible smoke. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and, most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. Ask your dealer for Chesterfields. Sound off for Chesterfields and do it today.
Listen again next week to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of mystery, comedy, music, and drama, brought to you by Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too, and by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that names all its ingredients. Sound off for Chesterfield, the cigarette that's much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Frank Hummert. Directed by Richard Leonard. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Your announcer, Jack Costello. Remember, Mr. Keene is on the air at this same time every Thursday at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday, when the kindly old tracer turns to The Mother's Plea murder case.
Tonight, hear a report on the Washington scene on NBC.
Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in The Mother's Plea murder case, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of mystery, comedy, music, and drama. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction, in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight, the famous old investigator takes from his files and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Mother's Plea Murder. Mr. Keene is presented by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too. By Chesterfield. Ask your dealer for Chesterfield, the only cigarette that names all its ingredients. And by Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Now here's something of interest to you.
For breathless moments. For your breathless moments.
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Dentine tastes so good.
Dentine freshens your breath.
Dentine helps keep your teeth sparkling clean and white.
Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Before you go out, and always after eating, drinking, smoking, refresh your breath with Dentine. You'll love Dentine chewing gum, for Dentine has a wonderful, tingling, nippy flavor that lingers on and on. It's delicious. And remember, Dentine helps keep your teeth white, too. Keep Dentine handy. You'll enjoy refreshing your breath when you chew Dentine.
So, for breathless moments, for your breathless moments,
Chew Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor.
Now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons in The Mother's Plea murder case. Our scene opens as a middle-aged woman, obviously under great tension and deeply troubled, enters the elevator of an apartment house in New York and asks the question whose answer plunges her into a frightful sequence of horror and murder.
I want to go to Miss Shirley Spears' apartment.
Oh, it's the third floor, ma'am. It's a funny thing. When you came in, I thought I knew you. Or maybe you visit in the building often.
I've never been here before.
That's Miss Spears' apartment right there.
Thank you.
Yes?
Are you Miss Shirley Spears?
Yes, but...
I'm Mrs. Gilbert Gray.
Mrs. Gilbert Gray. Come in. Well? What do you want with me?
Miss Spears, I threw away pride, self-respect, all the things I value to come here and plead with you for the sake of my children and my home.
Okay, you did. So what?
This morning, my husband Gilbert asked me for a divorce so he could marry you.
I told him that was the only way he could get me. I've got some pride of my own.
You're young and attractive. I can't believe you're in love with my husband.
Maybe we both love him for the same reason, Mrs. Gray. What? To slice it cold, I mean dollars.
I love him because he's my husband. Because he's the father of my children who adore him.
Oh, don't make me cry. It ruins my makeup.
If it's money you want, I'll give you everything I have.
How much is that?
$20,000.
$20,000 against his cool $1,000,000? Don't make me laugh.
You're cheap and vulgar and horrible. She's dead. I gotta get out of here without being seen. But how? How? I've come to you in desperation, Mr. Keene. You're the only person I could think of to help me. My name is Mrs. Gilbert Gray.
Sit down, Mrs. Gray. Now, this is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Pleased to meet you.
Mr. Keene, I came about the murder of a girl named Shirley Spears.
Shirley Spears?
Mr. Keene, sir, I just finished reading about that murder in the paper.
You did, Mike?
Well, the police are scouring the town for a woman the elevator lad at the apartment gave them a description of. He says he took her up, but she never came down again.
I'm that woman, Mr. Clancy.
Saints preserve us.
Mrs. Gray, were you in the murdered girl's apartment when she was killed?
Yes. I escaped through the back service stairs. Mr. Keene, you've got to help me.
Mrs. Gray, I must ask you the direct question. Did you murder the girl, Shirley Spears?
I'm a religious woman, Mr. Keene. I'll put my hand on the Bible and swear that I didn't. She deserved being killed if a creature ever did, but...
To help you, I must know all the details. What was the purpose of your visit to Shirley Spears?
Oh, Mr. Keene, don't ask me to tell you that.
Then I can't take the case, Mrs. Gray.
A tigress fights for her cubs, Mr. Keene. Her mother fights for her children.
Yes?
I was pleading with her and begging her. I offered her every penny I have to let my husband alone.
I see.
She laughed at me. And just then a shot rang out. And she fell dead before me. I knew then that I had to get out of that woman's place, or be caught there and accused of murdering her.
Boss.
Now let Mrs. Gray go on, Mike. The evidence she presents against herself is so black, it seems only an innocent person telling the truth would present it.
Then you will help me, Mr. Keene.
Yes, provided you promise to do exactly what I tell you. You must surrender yourself to the police immediately, Mrs. Gray.
To the police?
And be as frank with them as you've been with me. You made a grave mistake leaving the murder scene.
But, Mr. Keene...
It's good advice Mr. Keene has given. Now, if your case goes before a judge and jury, evidence of attempting to escape will go bad with you.
Before a judge and jury?
Mrs. Gray, has your husband sufficient means to furnish bail if the police arrest you?
The last words she said were $20,000 against his cool million.
Is your husband Gilbert Gray the wealthy lumberman?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And a finer husband and father never lived until he met that girl.
Mrs. Gray, you mentioned the murdered girl's last words. Tell me, what led up to them?
I'd told her I couldn't believe a young girl like her could love Gilbert, and that I loved him as my husband and the father of my children.
Yes?
And she said something about maybe we both loved him for the same reason. His dollars. It was horrible.
Here's the address of the police station, Mrs. Gray. The sooner you arrive there, the better.
I'm in your hands, Mr. Keene.
Mike Clancy and I will call on your husband and arrange for your bail. You are Mr. Gilbert Gray?
Yes.
My name is Keene, and this is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, Mr. Clancy, come in. Well, Mr. Keene, I just received a phone call from my wife that thanks to you, the police are holding her for murder. I demand an explanation.
Your wife came to me for help, Mr. Gray.
So you threw her into jail. Strange way to help her, I must say. Besides, she doesn't need your help.
Well, maybe it's you yourself that needs help.
And why so, Mr. Clancy? My wife, in a jealous rage, killed a young woman who was employed in my office.
Mr. Gray, you seem as firmly convinced that your wife is guilty of murder as I'm convinced she's not.
Mr. Keene, I realize the position she's in, and I will get her out myself. I know exactly how to do it, and very quickly.
How, Mr. Gray? By confessing you are the murderer?
What's that?
As I understand the situation, you asked your wife for a divorce so you could marry the murdered Shirley Spears.
Did my wife tell you that?
Yes. And she also informed me that the fatal shot was fired almost the instant the murdered girl made the statement that the only reason she was attempting to break up your home and marry you was, as she put it, for your dollars.
What?
If you were concealed in the apartment and overheard that statement...
I wasn't in Shirley Spears' apartment when my wife was there, Mr. Keene, so I didn't overhear anything. And I didn't kill her.
The police will undoubtedly bring up that possibility, Mr. Gray. I've drawn no conclusions myself.
Mr. Keene, I'm sure you rate me among the lowest of the low. And I am. My wife is the most wonderful woman in the world, and few men have children like ours. I must have been out of my mind to involve myself with a girl like Shirley.
Remorse often comes too late, long after the harm is done.
Mr. Keene, I want you to investigate this case for my wife and myself jointly.
I work with the police, Mr. Gray, and my investigation is solely in the interest of your wife.
But, Mr. Keene...
I will do everything in my power to prove her innocence. But to accomplish that, I'll have to prove someone else guilty.
Hello? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Mr. Keene, a Lieutenant Hale of the police.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gray. Hello, Lieutenant Hale. You have? That's very interesting. We'll be there at once. Goodbye.
Mr. Keene, have the police found anything else against my wife?
I fear so. The elevator boy at the murder building has positively identified Mrs. Gray. I suggest you accompany Mike Clancy and me to the police station. Our car is outside. How do you do, Lieutenant Hale?
Glad to see you, Mr. Keene. Thanks for turning in Mrs. Gray to us, the Spear girl's killer. Hello, Mike.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Lieutenant Hale, this is Mrs. Gray's husband, Mr. Gilbert Gray.
Your wife spoke something about bail, Mr. Gray.
I have my checkbook with me.
We're holding her without bail. We've got an open and shut case.
I'll call my attorneys.
Wait, Mr. Gray. Lieutenant Hale, where is the elevator boy who identified Mrs. Gray?
In the next room, Mr. Keene. His name is Tom Emmett. Tom, this is Mr. Keene.
The famous investigator? Oh, it's swell to meet you.
Tom, do you positively identify Mrs. Gray as the murderess of Shirley Spears?
Well, not as the murderess, Mr. Keene. But I took her up to Miss Spears' apartment, and she must have killed her because she made a getaway down the service stairs.
Do you know this gentleman, Tom?
Oh, sure. He was Miss Spears' boyfriend. Pretty old for that kind of work, to my way of thinking. I don't know his name, though.
My name is Gilbert Gray.
Mrs. Gray's husband. What do you know? Always wondered why you kept your name in the dark.
Tell me, Tom, was Mr. Gray in the murdered girl's apartment today?
Not today, Mr. Keene.
Of course I wasn't.
I've got other things to tell you, Mr. Keene.
And I have other questions to ask you, Tom. Perhaps you'll excuse us, Mr. Gray.
Certainly.
And now that we're alone, Tom, you may talk freely. Now, what else have you to tell me?
I want to give you this $50 bill, Mr. Keene.
I see. Does it relate to the murder?
I don't know, but I got it from Miss Spears' sugar daddy.
You mean from Mr. Gray?
Sure. He gave it to me to say he wasn't near Miss Spears' flat today, if the police questioned me.
Was he there near the murder time, Tom?
He got there about an hour before his missus did. And I didn't take him down in the elevator either. Say, do you think maybe he did the shooting? Mrs. Gray looks like a pretty nice woman to me.
Now, may I keep this bill, Tom? I'll give you a receipt for it.
Oh, I don't need any receipts from you, Mr. Keene.
I'll return it to you at the proper time. You'll testify to what you told me in court?
Yes, Mr. Keene. You can depend on me.
Then I shall see you later, Tom. Lieutenant Hale.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Will you be kind enough to have this $50 bill fingerprinted?
Of course. But what's it all about?
In my opinion, it's positive evidence that Mrs. Gray did not murder Shirley Spears.
You don't change your mind often, Mr. Keene. And you turned her in.
I turned her in because I knew she wasn't guilty, Lieutenant Hale. And I promised to deliver the actual murderer to you within the week.
I'll release Mrs. Gray, then, on your word.
Good. And send her to my office, please.
Okay. Speaking of your office, Mike Clancy took a call from there saying Mrs. Gray's son, Jack, was there wanting to see you.
Mike and I will hurry down there now. Goodbye, and thanks, Lieutenant.
Mr. Keene will return in just a moment in The Mother's Plea murder case. But first,
The mask is off. The mask is off in cigarette advertising. Chesterfield is first to name all of its ingredients because you should know what gives you the best possible smoke. The right combination of the world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities, and kept tasty and fresh with tried and tested moistening agents. Pure natural sugars, chemically pure, harmless, far more costly glycerol. Nothing else. Only these are entirely safe for use in the mouth, as proved by over 40 years of continuous use in tobacco products. And remember, your Chesterfields are wrapped in cigarette paper of the highest purity, the best that money can buy. We name our ingredients because every smoker should know what makes Chesterfield the best possible smoke. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and, most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. Ask your dealer for Chesterfields. Sound off for Chesterfields and do it today.
Now back to Mr. Keene and the Mother's Plea murder case. Mrs. Agnes Gray, the wife of a millionaire lumberman, has come to Mr. Keene begging him to save her from a murder charge. When her husband, Gilbert Gray, asked her for a divorce so that he could marry Shirley Spears, his young secretary, Mrs. Gray had gone to Shirley's apartment to plead with her. During their quarrel, Shirley was shot to death. But Mrs. Gray insists she was not the murderer. Mr. Keene has learned from the elevator boy, Tom Emmett, that Mr. Gray had given him a $50 bill as a bribe to conceal the fact that Gray was also at Shirley Spears' apartment near the time of the murder. Now Mr. Keene and Mike are returning to their office, where Mrs. Gray's young son, Jack, is waiting to see them. And Mike is saying,
Mr. Keene, sir, look through the glass. It seems Mrs. Gray beat us to the office. She's inside talking to a young lad.
No doubt it's her son, Jack. I'll open the door, Mike.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I knew you'd have me released from that jail.
Mrs. Gray, I assume this is your son, Jack?
Yes, Mr. Keene, the pride of my life. But it's the first time he's ever held back on telling his mother what he's up to. I can't get it out of him, what he's doing here.
Mother, I came to tell Mr. Keene that neither you nor Dad murdered Shirley Spears. I killed her, Mr. Keene. I'm the murderer.
No, Jack. Mr. Keene, Mr. Clancy, don't believe him.
And why did you kill a young fella? 'Cause she was pulling your father away from your mother?
That's right, Mr. Clancy. And I expect to go scot-free. The son's got plenty of justification for killing a woman who's breaking up his parents' home.
Mr. Keene, Jack is just saying he killed that girl to save me.
Calm yourself, Mrs. Gray. Go on, Jack.
Mr. Keene, it will hurt my mother to hear it, but I was mixed up with Shirley Spears myself.
No, Jack, no.
It's true, Mother.
What?
I was there when you pleaded with her to give up Dad for our sake. And when I heard her laugh at you, I shot her. Arrest me, Mr. Keene.
No, arrest me, Mr. Keene. I deceived you. I killed her.
I'm convinced you didn't, Mrs. Gray. You're attempting to pay the penalty for what may be your son's crime.
That's just it, Mr. Keene. Mother sacrificed her whole life for Dad and her children.
Jack, how did you gain admittance to the murdered girl's apartment?
Why, I rang the bell and went in, that's all.
Did you walk up or take the elevator?
I took the elevator. Why?
Mike?
Yes, Mr. Keene, sir?
Please phone Tom Emmett, the elevator boy at the murder apartment. Tell him we're bringing up another suspect for him for possible identification.
Okay, boss. I'll use the phone in the back office.
I came to you for help, Mr. Keene. And you gave me your solemn promise.
So I did, Mrs. Gray.
The only help I ask of you now is to charge me with murder. I won't have my son pay for my crime.
What a wife and mother you are. Few like you in the world today.
Oh, Mr. Keene, sir. The elevator lad says that he'll be there another hour.
Thank you, Mike. We'll drive Jack out there.
Mr. Keene, I'm going back to the police station and confess to that girl's murder.
Mother! Mother! I'll bring her back, Mr. Keene.
Here, not so fast, me bucko. You're going with Mr. Keene and me to be identified.
I don't have to be identified, Mr. Clancy. I've already confessed. Isn't that enough, Mr. Keene?
The stronger the case against you, Jack, the better for your mother. If the elevator boy identifies you, I'm certain the police will pay no attention to your mother's confession. In other words, she'll be released.
And that's saying it all, Mr. Keene, sir.
Hello, Mr. Keene speaking.
Mr. Keene, this is Gilbert Gray.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gray. Are you speaking from your home?
Yes. My daughter Vera is very anxious to talk to you. She's in a high state of excitement.
Indeed?
Vera claims, and I believe her, that her fiancé murdered Shirley Spears.
Your daughter Vera's fiancé killed the woman you were involved with and wanted to divorce your wife to marry?
It does sound unreasonable, but it's a fact. The chap's name is Lionel Curtis, and he's here now.
What was his motive?
He had a prime motive, Mr. Keene. While he was ardently courting my daughter, he was actually using that as a blind.
As a blind? Why?
Because he knew my regrettable connection with Shirley and wanted to throw me off the track. He himself was infatuated with her. And when Shirley told him our plans, he murdered her.
While your wife was pleading with her to give you up, Mr. Gray?
Yes, Mr. Keene. My daughter saw him going in the apartment house where Shirley lived a matter of minutes before the murder.
Gray, your wife has already confessed the murder.
What?
But I think she did it to save you.
Does that mean you want me to confess to save her, Mr. Keene?
No. Your son Jack has confessed the crime.
I tell you, the murderer is my daughter Vera's fiancé, Lionel Curtis.
The case rests on identifications.
Whose, Mr. Keene?
I'll ask the police to escort you to the murder apartment with your daughter's fiancé.
And I refuse to go there, Keene. I'll spend $1 million to get my wife and son out of this mess, but I won't go to that place.
I think the police will persuade you, Mr. Gray. Goodbye.
Mr. Keene, sir, I heard it all on this extension. And if I ever listen to a cock and bull story, that's it.
You and Jack Gray go to the car, Mike, while I acquaint Lieutenant Hale with my plans. I'll join you in a moment.
Okay, boss. Come on, Jack.
Yes, Mr. Clancy.
Mr. Keene, there's that elevator boy, Tom Emmett, waiting at the door for us.
So I notice, Mike. Tom?
Oh, hello, Mr. Keene.
Tom, look carefully at this young man and tell me, did you take him to the murdered girl's apartment in the elevator this morning?
That's funny, Mr. Keene. I did. Just before I took Mrs. Gray up.
Well, Jack, I confess I didn't believe you were on the murder scene.
I told you I was there, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene, is this the guy that bumped off Miss Spears?
It may be, Tom, but I'm expecting the police with other suspects for you to identify.
More, Mr. Keene? Oh, will I be a big shot when it comes out in the papers I was working with you? Excuse me if I pop a button off my vest.
Well, Mr. Keene, sir, it's Lieutenant Hale. And he's got Mr. Gray and his wife, and that young feller, I guess, with him is Lionel Curtis.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Hale. It's always gratifying to work with you.
And with you, Mr. Keene. Although I'm not entirely in agreement that your client, Mrs. Gray, isn't our killer.
I confess to the murder, Mr. Keene, but I'm grateful to you for trying to save me.
Mrs. Gray, you confessed to murder you didn't commit to save your husband and your son Jack.
That's what I've been telling Mr. Keene, Mother. When Dad told me that the police were holding you, I couldn't take it. I had to own up.
Oh, son.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Gray?
Neither my wife nor my son Jack murdered Shirley Spears. Here's the killer, Lionel Curtis.
Mr. Keene, this old two-timer is lying his head off.
The question is, can you prove he is Lionel?
Well, I was 10 miles away from here when Shirley was shot.
Can you prove that?
Well, I don't know.
Tom Emmett.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Can you identify this man as going to the murdered girl's apartment shortly before she was killed?
I can and I do. Say, do you think he killed her? I'm getting all mixed up.
You've already identified Mrs. Gray as a visitor, Tom.
Yes, sir, but I don't think she done it.
And you gave evidence that Mr. Gray, her husband, gave you this $50 bill to say he wasn't in the murder apartment.
That's right, Mr. Keene. I wasn't taking no payoff to life to keep a guy from getting a murder rap.
Mr. Keene, I never gave this boy $50. I wasn't near Shirley's apartment today. I swear I wasn't.
Lieutenant Hale had your movements traced, Mr. Gray.
What?
And he discovered you were not. Is that correct, Lieutenant?
Mr. Gray wasn't here. Neither was his son, Jack, Mr. Keene. Only Mrs. Gray was.
I'll let you make the arrest, Lieutenant Hale.
Right. I arrest the person you told me you suspected, Mr. Keene. This elevator man, Tom Emmett.
You're talking through your hat, copper.
When you tried tricks on Mr. Keene, you put yourself in the electric chair, Emmett.
How'd you get me, Keene?
The police unearthed the fact that you, Tom, were the real lover of Shirley Spears.
I was until this old goat Gilbert Gray came along. Then she ditched me.
You, Tom, identified 3 people as being on the scene whom the police proved were not. And you gave me this $50 bill as coming from Mrs. Gray's husband. And that made me suspect you in the beginning.
Why?
It seemed unreasonable a man of Mr. Gray's intelligence would take a chance like that on an elevator boy. I had the bill fingerprinted by the police. Mr. Gray's prints were not on it, but yours were, Tom Emmett. It was all quite simple.
Mr. Keene, you saved me and my husband and my home. The good God in heaven will reward you.
Your gratitude is the most valued reward I can hope for, Mrs. Gray.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Mother's Plea murder case. If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may, at one time or another, have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Listen again next week to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, a new weekly feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Mystery, Comedy, Music, and Drama. Brought to you by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, the gum that's great to chew and good for your digestion, too. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that names all its ingredients. Sound off for Chesterfield, the cigarette that's much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and most important, no unpleasant aftertaste. And by Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Frank Hummert, directed by Richard Leonard. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Your announcer, Jack Costello. Remember, Mr. Keene is on the air at this same time every Thursday at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday, when the kindly old tracer turns to the Apple Orchard murder case.
Dragnet, Authentic Adventure is next on NBC.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Brought to you by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin. Tastes so good and aids digestion, too. And by Chesterfield, the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Premium quality and much milder Chesterfields. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Friday at this time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Gossip Column Murder Case. the story of a bold and sensational murder among the glamorous stars of the radio and theatrical world, of a famous band leader who becomes a murder suspect, and what happens when a phone call is used to solve the case by Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons.
Chiclet.
Taste the difference when you chew. Flavor on the outside, inside, too.
Chiclet.
Time the difference by the clock. Flavor lingers. Tick, tick, tock.
Chiclet.
Count the difference. Count 'em, cousin. Every box, an even dozen.
Chiclet.
Get the big nickel's worth. You can taste the difference, time the difference, count the difference. And whether you chew gum to keep your mouth fresh and clean, or just for the plain fun of chewing it, you'll be better off on every count with Chiclets. They're flavored on the outside, flavored on the inside. With Chiclets, you don't chew the flavor out, you chew the flavor in. That's why the goodness lingers on and on.
They're candy-coated.
Flavor-coated.
Pleasure-coated.
And more fun for your money. So get the big nickel's worth.
Chiclet.
And now for Mr. Keene and the Gossip Column Murder Case. Our scene opens in a radio broadcasting studio where Terry Bradford, famed gossip columnist and commentator, is just finishing his very popular program. Bradford has promised his audience a very special item of gossip before he winds up his program. But he is unaware that the program finale will have an even more sensational and frightful ending.
And so, the two popular stage and movie stars plan an early wedding, which promises to be the celebrity event of the year. Now, this is your New York and Hollywood correspondent, Terry Bradford, who is about to say good night until this same time next week. But, as I told you at the beginning of the program, I have an added piece of news for you tonight. An item that may cause someone I know to lose a little sleep. And here it is. The well-known... No, don't shoot. Don't kill me. Somebody help me. Help!
Are you Mr. Keene?
Well, I'm Mike Clancy, Mr. Keene's partner.
Well, my name is Alan Decker. I telephoned for an appointment early this morning.
Oh, yes, Mr. Decker. Oh, here's Mr. Keene now.
You wish to see me?
Well, Mr. Keene, this is Mr. Alan Decker, the well-known Hollywood and Broadway talent agent.
Oh, yes, Mike. How do you do, Mr. Decker? Please sit down.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Keene, I've come here to your office on an errand I dislike intensely. Several people are involved, and careers may be smashed because of it. But because it concerns a case of murder, I feel I can't keep silent any longer.
Murder, Mr. Decker?
You probably read in the papers today about Terry Bradford.
Oh, yes, the gossip columnist and radio commentator.
Well, sure, and that was the boldest crime I've heard of in many a month, boss. Terry Bradford was shot to death right there in the radio studio while he was broadcasting his weekly program.
I believe I know just who committed that crime, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy. The reason I came to you and not to the police is because I don't want to get involved. A notorious situation like this is bad for anyone connected with show business, as I am.
I appreciate the fact that you're one of the most celebrated agents in the theater, Mr. Decker. I know how many stars you've discovered.
Well, that's very flattering, Mr. Keene.
However, let me tell you beforehand that as a private investigator, I keep nothing from the police that I feel they ought to know. If you give me any information about the murder of Terry Bradford, I shall pass it on to them. And I'll have to mention my source.
Yes, I guess you'd have to, Mr. Keene. All the same, I'm going to tell you what I know. I'll feel better if I do.
Very well, Mr. Decker.
First of all, let me say that Terry Bradford, the gossip columnist who was murdered, was one of the most successful in the business. Frankly, I discovered him. 8 years ago, he was just a reporter. I got him his first radio assignment, and that made his newspaper column famous.
Go on, Mr. Decker.
Mr. Keene, have you ever heard of Kent Claxon?
Oh, I've heard of him, boss. He's a big band leader.
That's right, Mr. Clancy. Kent Claxon is another entertainer I made who walked out on me when he hit the top. Claxon is career crazy, Mr. Keene. He'll do almost anything to get publicity.
What about Kent Claxon?
He's a bachelor. But that doesn't stop him from running around with someone else's wife. And I happen to know he's been seeing a lot of Laura Gale.
And who is Laura Gale, Mr. Decker?
She's a young nightclub singer whom I have under contract right now. She would have been in line for a big career if this hadn't happened. She's married, Mr. Keene, to a rich oil man from Texas. He's down on his ranch right now while she's filling a radio engagement here in New York.
I see. And just how are Laura Gale and the band leader Kent Claxon connected with this murder?
Well, just before Terry Bradford was shot, he was about to make an announcement on the radio, a special piece of gossip. He was going to say that Laura Gale, the singer, and Kent Claxon, the band leader, are in love with each other, and that Laura is going to get a divorce from her husband.
Is that true?
Linking them together is true, yes, Mr. Keene. Laura was silly enough to even brag to me that Kent Claxon was in love with her. But she had no idea of divorcing herself from her oil king's millions, and Terry Bradford's announcement on the radio would have certainly reached Laura's husband in Texas.
Are you trying to say, Mr. Decker, that this young singer, Laura Gale...
She murdered Terry Bradford. Yes, Mr. Keene, I believe she did. To keep Terry from publicizing her love affair with Kent Claxon.
You realize how grave an accusation that is, I hope.
Yes, I do. But it adds up. Laura knows a lot about broadcasting studios. She's on the air herself. If you remember the details in the newspaper, the studio engineer, the only other person in the studio before the murder, was called to the telephone outside for a few minutes.
And that was when Terry Bradford was shot to death.
Exactly, Mr. King. The phone call was a fake to get the engineer out of the studio and give the killer a free hand.
What about Kent Claxon, the band leader? Could he have had a hand in the crime?
Well, that I don't know, Mr. Keene. But I do know this. Claxon hated Terry Bradford. Terry used to hold him up to ridicule in his column and on the air.
And what about you, Mr. Decker?
Me?
What was your relationship like with the murdered man?
Mr. Keene, I have nothing to hide. Terry Bradford walked out on me after I made him a success. And I never forgave him for it. But if you think I'd murder a man because of a broken contract...
I'm sorry I gave you that impression, Mr. Decker. I meant to employ no such thing.
The one reason I came here was because of Terry's wife, Helen Bradford. I've known her a long time, Mr. Keene. Not that we've ever been anything more than friends.
I understand.
But it broke her heart when she heard the news, and it broke mine to see her crying her eyes out. Helen Bradford is too good for a rotten break like this, and on her behalf, I'm asking for a complete investigation by you and your partner, Mr. Clancy, here.
We'll be glad to see what we can do, Mr. Decker.
There's just one thing more, sir. I'm going to make an admission now that isn't going to do me any good. But it's important.
What is it?
I was near the broadcasting studio last night, just before Terry Bradford was murdered.
Go on.
The murder was committed at exactly 8:27, just before Terry went off the air. Now, 5 minutes before that, I was having coffee in a shop just across the lobby. And I saw Laura Gale go into an elevator, evidently going up to the third floor where the radio studio is located.
Well, that places you near the scene of the crime, Mr. Decker.
I know that. But Kent Claxon, the orchestra leader, was rehearsing nearby, too. And for that matter, Terry's wife, Helen, was also in the building, waiting to meet him after the broadcast.
That just about places almost all of you near the scene of the crime.
Well, what do you do, Mr. Keene? Turn Laura Gale into the police?
I want to hear her side of the story first. Where can I reach her?
She has an apartment here in New York. I'll write her address down on this piece of paper.
You can also write down Mrs. Bradford's address and the orchestra leader, Kent Claxon. I'll have to investigate this case from every angle, Mr. Decker, in order to solve the mystery of Terry Bradford's murder.
Yes?
Are you Miss Laura Gale?
I am.
My name is Keene. I'm a private investigator. And this is my partner, Mike Clancy.
A private investigator.
We're here in regard to Terry Bradford's murder.
Oh, please come in, gentlemen.
Mr. Alan Decker, the theatrical agent, came to see us an hour ago, Miss Gale.
Decker? What did he want?
He seems to feel... Are you alone here in your apartment, Miss Gale?
Yes, of course.
I suggest you call your friend out to hear this, too.
My friend? What are you talking about, Mr. Keene?
The gentleman who smokes cigars. There's a smoking cigar butt in that ashtray over there.
Don't try to kid Mr. Keene anymore, Laura. He's got as big a reputation in his business as I have in mine.
Boss, this looks like Kent Claxon, the band leader.
Glad you recognize the face, Mr. Clancy.
Kent, why did you come in here? Now, Mr. Keene will think...
He already knows about you and me, Laura. If that loud-mouthed Alan Decker went to see him.
I may as well tell you, Mr. Claxon, that Alan Decker seems to feel that you or Miss Gale, or both of you, is mixed up in the murder of Terry Bradford.
Why, I'll sue that liar for everything he's worth.
Alan Decker shouldn't talk. Everyone knows how sore he was when Terry Bradford broke his contract with him.
If you're looking for a killer, Mr. Keene...
I am, Mr. Claxon. And I expect to find him, or her, before this case is finished. And first, I thought I'd ask Miss Gale a few questions.
Don't say a word, Laura.
Now, look here, Mr.
We are not giving out any information without a lawyer.
Is that your final answer, both of you?
Mr. Keene...
Yes. It's our final answer.
Very well. But I suggest you consult your attorney soon, Mr. Claxon. You may find you'll need him. Let's go, Mike.
Well, sure, and that fella Kent Claxon is a wiseacre if I ever saw one. Well, where do we go from here, boss?
To the widow of the murdered man, Helen Bradford. We'll see what kind of a story she has to tell, Mike. Mrs. Helen Bradford?
Yes?
My name is Keene.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Oh, please, come in.
This is my partner, Mike Clancy. We've been asked to investigate your husband's murder, Mrs. Bradford. Alan Decker, who used to be his agent, came to me with the case.
I see.
I thought you may be able to provide us with some added information.
Mr. Keene, I'll gladly tell you everything I know if I can only hold myself together.
Mrs. Bradford...
Please forgive me. I'll be all right in just a moment. I'd better get a handkerchief.
Boy, the poor lady's just about to collapse, boss.
Yes, she's quite broken up, Mike.
Saints preserve us. Will you just look at this apartment? That fella Terry Bradford must have been worth a mint.
Yes, the murdered man made a fortune as a gossip columnist, Mike.
Well, I imagine he left his wife well fixed anyway. Say, boss, I don't hear anything from inside. Do you think the lady's sick? She could have passed out, sir.
I think we'd better go in and see, Mike. Mrs. Bradford. Mrs.
Mr. Keene, but the bedroom's empty.
There's an open door leading to the corridor, Mike. Mrs. Bradford has run away from us.
Well, she shouldn't have done that, boss. She don't know what a spot it puts her in.
It makes it appear as though she were running away to escape arrest in her husband's murder. All right, Mike. Put in a call to the police and ask them to send out an alarm for Mrs. Helen Bradford. Looks as though Laura Gale and Kent Claxon aren't the only strong suspects in this murder case.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette.
A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfields. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfield, 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays, and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat.
After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6-month period by smoking the cigarette provided.
Remember this report and buy Chesterfields, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfield, much milder.
Now back to Mr. Keene and the gossip column murder case. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy have sent out an alarm for the arrest of Helen Bradford, widow of the famous gossip columnist and radio commentator Terry Bradford, who was murdered inside the studio during his broadcast. A short time later, just after Mr. Keene and Mike have returned to their office, they receive a visit from Laura Gale, a nightclub singer who is also implicated in the crime.
Mr. Keene, I came here to your office to apologize to you and Mr. Clancy.
Have you, Miss Gale?
Well, worried about the treatment she gave us when we tried to ask her a few questions about Terry Bradford's murder.
Yes, Mr. Clancy, you're right. I am worried. Mr. Keene, it was Alan Decker, the theatrical agent, who told you that I may have been mixed up in that gossip columnist murder.
Yes, that's true, Miss Gale. Frankly, he said that you were seeing a lot of Ken Flaxon, the orchestra leader. You're married to someone else, aren't you?
Yes. My husband is in Texas. I'm calling Miss Gale in show business only.
Mr. Decker implies that you may have murdered Terry Bradford to stop him from broadcasting a gossip item about you and Ken Flaxon, which your husband in Texas might hear.
Mr. Keene, I didn't kill Terry Bradford. I swear I didn't.
Well, you were near the broadcasting studio when it happened, though.
Yes, I was, Mr. Clancy. But so was Ken Claxon.
I know. He was rehearsing his band.
Well, sure now, Miss Gale, you're not trying to make it even tougher for your boyfriend.
I didn't mean to bring Kent into this at all.
He's already in it, Miss Gale. We found out he disliked Terry Bradford. Enough to wish him harm, at any rate.
Mr. Keene, a few hours ago, you found Ken Claxon hiding in my apartment. He came there because he was scared, and so was I. Actually, there was never anything between us except a mild flirtation.
Well, that still doesn't absolve you from suspicion, Miss Gale. Particularly since you were near the scene of the murder.
I know I was. My luck's been just great. I had to pick yesterday to rehearse almost 5 hours inside the broadcasting studio.
You were rehearsing 5 hours?
I thought I'd find you here, Laura.
Boss, it's Kent Claxon, the band leader.
I ought to wring your stupid neck for coming here.
Kent!
Now, take it easy, mister.
I've got half a mind to...
Don't let him touch me!
I said take it easy, mister.
I'll knock you...
Oh, make another move, Claxon, and you'll get a little more of the same.
All right, Mike. Help him to his feet. I think he'll quiet down now.
I won't let Laura drag me into a murder. I've got my career to think about.
Not only your career, Claxon, but your life as well. The penalty for premeditated murder is the electric chair, as you well know.
Mr. Keene, I'll admit I hated Terry Bradford. He was always ribbing me in my music in his newspaper column and on the air. But I wouldn't kill him because of that. I'm not crazy.
You were inside the radio studio when the murder was committed, weren't you, Flax?
I wasn't the only one.
I know you weren't. Laura Gale was there, and so was Helen Bradford, the murdered man's wife, and Alan Decker, the theatrical agent.
Alan Decker is the one who got me into this.
Did you question him, Mr. Keene? He had no love for Terry Bradford either.
He admitted that.
Did Alan Decker also admit that he was once crazy about me and that I turned him down, Mr. Keene?
No, Miss Gale. However...
Mr. Keene's office.
Mr. Clancy?
Yes?
Can I speak to Mr. Keene, please? It's important. This is Alan Decker, the theatrical agent who brought the Terry Bradford murder case to you.
Oh, just a second. Boss, it's Alan Decker.
I'll take it, Mike. Hello?
Mr. Keene, look, I'm calling from my apartment. Mrs. Helen Bradford is inside in my living room.
The murdered man's widow?
Yes. She told me she ran away from you when you came to see her.
She did, Mr. Decker, and there's a police alarm out for her.
Well, Mr. Keene, she came here to ask me for help, and I said the best help I could give her would be to call you. So I told her she could trust you. Everyone knows that.
Did Mrs. Bradford say why she ran away?
She said she was afraid she'd be held for her husband's murder because Bradford left her a fortune. And she got panicky when she saw you, Mr. Keene. So shall I bring Helen down to your office?
No. I want you both to meet me inside the broadcasting studio on the 3rd floor.
Where the murder took place?
Oh, outside, in the corridor.
All right, Mr. Keene.
We'll see you there in 15 minutes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mike, I imagine the broadcasting studio is still out of bounds for the public, at least until the murder investigation is completed.
Well, the police usually close a place like that up tight so as not to lose any clues that may be lying around.
Oh, that's right. My rehearsal studio was changed this morning to the 4th floor. No one's allowed in that section of the 3rd floor.
Mr. Claxon, did you say your rehearsal studio was on the 3rd floor?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Exactly where were you when Terry Bradford was murdered?
Rehearsing with my band.
Then you've got 20-odd witnesses to the fact that you were with them when the shots were fired.
Well, not exactly. I may have left the studio for a drink of water or a phone call.
A phone call?
Kent, the murderer phoned the studio first to get the engineer out before the murder.
Is there a telephone booth inside the corridor near the studio where Terry Bradford was murdered?
Yes, there is, Mr. Keene. But I wasn't...
That's all I wanted to know, Mr. Claxon. We'll all go down to the broadcasting studio now and try to reenact the events leading up to the crime. I believe it will lead us to Terry Bradford's murderer.
Well, here's the 3rd floor corridor, Mr. Keene.
And there's Mrs. Helen Bradford and Ellen Decker waiting for us, Mike. I believe you all know each other. This is Kent Claxon, the band leader, and Laura Gale, Ellen Decker, and Mrs. Helen Bradford.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I believe that studio across the hall there, 3Z, was the scene of the crime.
And here's the phone booth, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike. Now, the killer stepped into this booth, put through a call for the studio engineer, then went inside the studio and shot Terry Bradford after the engineer left to answer the call.
Mr. Keene, what are you looking at me like that for?
Oh, your rehearsal studio is nearby, isn't it, Mr. Claxon?
He rehearses in Studio 3X right over there.
And you, Laura Gale, admitted you were here in the corridor when the murder took place. Now, what about you, Mrs. Bradford?
Mr. Keene, I was inside this building downstairs waiting for my husband when he was murdered.
I know that, Mrs. Bradford. Ellen Decker was in the building, too.
I was, Mr. Keene.
Mike, according to the newspaper report, the phone call the killer made was sent through one of the studio pages here in the corridor. The page took the message, then went in to call the engineer to the phone.
Well, there's a page at the end of the corridor, boss, sitting at that desk. Maybe he's the one.
See if he is, Mike. But first get the phone number in this booth, and have the page call it from his desk.
Right, boss.
What's this all about, Mr. Keene?
You'll know in just a moment, Mr. Decker. Miss Gale, you told me you were here in the building rehearsing for 5 hours at the time of the murder. And you were just leaving when you heard the shots.
That's right, Mr. Keene.
The murder was committed at 8:27. Does that mean you were inside the building up on this floor since 3:30 yesterday afternoon?
Yes.
And you never left the building?
Not until I ran down those back stairs over there to avoid being seen. I was terribly frightened.
Where do the back stairs lead?
To the rear end of the building and out to the street.
And the coffee shop is located on this end of the building. Ellen Decker, that makes your story weak in 2 points.
What? What do you mean?
In your anxiety to pin the murder on Laura Gale because she turned you down, you made one mistake. You told me you saw her enter the building just before the murder, yet she claims she was here inside all along. To my mind, that means you actually saw her here on this very floor as she was leaving.
What?
You were sitting in that phone booth. That's why she didn't see you. You were making the telephone call that lured the engineer out of the studio, so you could murder Terry Bradford without being seen.
It's Laura's word against mine, Keene. I still claim I saw her come in from downstairs.
The page boy can confirm that. I think he'll recognize your voice on the telephone, Decker, if you were the one who called. Answer that phone, Decker.
This is insane.
Answer it.
No! Stand back, all of you! He's got a gun, and I'll kill the first one who...
Don't try that again, mister.
That was a nice shot, Mike. From 30 yards at least. You hit Ellen Decker in the wrist. Pick up his gun.
Here. I've got it, boss.
I'm sure the ballistics department at police headquarters will find that the bullet that killed Terry Bradford came from Decker's gun.
Well, looks as though we've got enough evidence now, sir.
Yes, Mike. Well, Decker, have you anything else to say?
I killed Bradford, yes. He was going to broadcast an item about me. He was going to tell everyone that I defrauded my clients, that I was due for a prison sentence. Not only would that have ruined me, but it would have tipped off the police.
It's too bad you didn't let it go at that, Ellen Decker. Now you're facing an indictment not only for theft, but for the murder of Terry Bradford. Take him away, Mike.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the gossip column murder case.
Friends, don't drag around feeling unnaturally old, weak, weary when high-potency Ributol may make a remarkable difference if your symptoms are due to B vitamin deficiency. Yes, we're so sure that Ributol may help you feel more energetic, more joyously alive, that we'll spend our own money to convince you. So here's your chance to prove what Ributol may do for you, absolutely free under terms of this offer. Ask your druggist for Ributol, the regular 100 size. With it, he'll give you absolutely free of extra charge the 25 Ributol size. Yes, that's the $1.98 size free. Try Ributol for 7 days. Then if you don't feel more pep and energy, return the unopened 100 size Ributol to your druggist for full refund. Yes, if you can't honestly feel Ributol is doing everything you hope it will, your money's refunded. Insist on genuine Ributol that contains 22 amazing vitamin and mineral elements. Don't miss out on this free Ributol offer. It's for a limited time only. Go to your druggist today.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Plea, directed by Richard Leonard. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Don't miss Mr. Keene on Friday of next week, when the kindly old tracer turns to The Case of Murder and the Sealed Box Mystery. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is brought to you by Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, tastes so good and aids digestion too. And by Chesterfield, the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. King size Chesterfield contain tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king size cigarette. Your announcer is Harry Kramer. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for Gunsmoke. The following political announcement was paid for by Citizens for Eisenhower. Eisenhower answers America.
Mr. Eisenhower, are we ready for war?
No. Washington has spent untold billions. Yet we don't have enough planes for Korea. It's time for a change.
The time, 8:30. And to the United Nations, a 7th anniversary salute from WCBS, AM and FM, New York.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Brought to you by Dentine, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, tastes so good and aids digestion too. And by Chesterfield, the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Buy 'em either way you like 'em, premium quality, and much milder Chesterfields. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Friday at this time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Prize-Winning Bull. the story of a mysterious murder on a country estate, following a quarrel over a $50,000 prize bull. Why a beautiful woman is accused, and how the case is solved by a tiny clue found by Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons.
Chiclets.
Taste the difference when you chew. Flavor on the outside, inside too.
Chiclets.
Time the difference by the clock. Flavor lingers, tick, tick, tock.
Chiclets.
Count the difference, count 'em, cousin. Every box, an even dozen.
Chiclets.
Get the big nickel's worth. You can taste the difference, time the difference, count the difference. And whether you chew gum to keep your mouth fresh and clean, or just for the plain fun of chewing it, you'll be better off on every count with Chiclets. They're flavored on the outside, flavored on the inside. With Chiclets, you don't chew the flavor out, you chew the flavor in. That's why the goodness lingers on and on.
They're candy-coated.
Flavor-coated.
Pleasure-coated.
And more fun for your money. So get the big nickel's worth.
Chiclets.
And now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the prize-winning bull. Our scene opens at night on a large country estate situated near New York City. A sudden noise inside a huge white barn near the main house has brought a tall, distinguished-looking man hurrying down the gravel path leading to the barn. The man is unaware that he is running to his death.
Who's that standing near the barn? My handyman? It's so dark I can't see. Is that you, Tom Brewer?
Yes, Mr. Stevens, it's me.
Well, what's all that noise coming from the barn? It woke me up. Tom, didn't you hear the racket?
Yeah, I heard it, Mr. Stevens.
Why, the animals sounded as if they were ready to stampede. I'd better go in the barn and have a look. Now, who left that lighted lamp on the floor? I've told Tom Brewer about fire hazards so often. Champion. My prize bull. Why, he's lying there in his stall. He's dead. You. Then it was you who... Oh, no. No! Put that gun down! Oh!
Yes, ma'am.
This is Mr. Keene's office, isn't it?
That's right, ma'am. I'm his partner, Mike Clancy. This is Mr. Keene right here.
And what can I do for you, madam?
Mr. Keene, my name is Emma Stevens. I've come here about my half-brother, John. He's been murdered. Shot to death in cold blood last night on our estate.
Please sit down, Miss Stevens.
I'm so frightened, so stunned. My poor brother. One of the finest men on earth, Mr. Keene.
Here, sit down in this chair, ma'am. I'll get us some water, boss.
Now, compose yourself, Miss Stevens. You're among friends.
I know that, Mr. Keene. That's why I came here to your office. Your reputation as an investigator led me to believe that you'd help me find my brother's murderer. The local police don't have a single clue.
Here, take a sip of this water, Miss Stevens.
No, thank you, Mr. Clancy. Now I believe I can tell you the entire story.
Please do, Miss Stevens.
My brother, John Stevens, was a retired businessman, and a very successful one, Mr. Keene. He retired very early in his career, so he could devote more time to his main hobby, animal breeding.
He was a gentleman farmer, is that it?
I suppose you might call it that. John and I lived together on a large estate, just a short way up the Hudson River. I'm unmarried, and so is John.
Go on, Miss Stevens.
Well, last night, about midnight, I heard a noisy racket coming from the barns. It was the one in which John kept his best saddle horses and Champion, his prize-winning bull. As you may know, Mr. Keene, a prize bull can be a very valuable animal.
Yes, I understand that they can sometimes bring as much as $50,000.
Saints preserve us, but that's a lot of money for one animal.
Well, Champion was worth about that much, Mr. Clancy.
Did you say was, Miss Stevens?
Yes. But let me continue. The noise from the barn woke me up about midnight, and I heard my brother John hurrying down the hall and out of the house. Evidently, he was going to investigate.
I see.
A few minutes later, Mr. Keene, I heard a shot. I ran out quickly and hurried down to the barn. I found my brother John lying dead on the barn floor with a bullet in his heart.
And you saw no one on the grounds just before or after you found your brother, Miss Stevens?
No, Mr. Keene. It was so dark outside. But inside the barn, near my brother's body, I also found Champion, his prize bull. Champion had also been killed by a shotgun.
Is it possible, Miss Stevens, that the person who killed the bull also killed your half-brother?
Well, the police are working on that theory now. They think that someone who was jealous of John, or who may have wanted to hurt him in some way, shot his prize animal. John may have caught him in the act and paid with his life for it.
In any case, the killing of the bull is of no importance compared with the man's murder. Our search will be for a killer of human beings, your brother's murderer.
Then you will help me, Mr. Keene.
Of course, Miss Stevens.
Well, then I must tell you something I couldn't tell the police, because I wasn't sure. But you can find out whether I'm right or wrong.
What is it, Miss Stevens?
Well, we have a neighbor, Paul Kincaid. He and my brother John were once good friends, but they split up.
Why? Did they quarrel?
Violently.
Over what, miss?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Clancy. John was very unhappy, and he wouldn't talk about it. He just said once that Paul Kincaid and his wife were very jealous people.
Is Paul Kincaid a gentleman farmer like your brother?
Well, he tried to be, Mr. Keene, but he wasn't successful. Paul Kincaid is as rich as John and very vain. Actually, I think he went in for animal breeding just to see if he could better John.
Could that rivalry have caused their quarrel?
Well, that or jealousy over Evelyn Kincaid, Paul's wife.
And just what do you mean, Miss Stevens?
Well, Paul Kincaid saw a rival in every man he met, Mr. Keene. Although I think Evelyn's tried to be a good wife to him. She's a very beautiful woman, while Paul has lost his looks. And he appears much older than he is.
So jealousy may have been the murder motive. Well, we'll have to talk to Paul Kincaid as soon as we arrive at your estate, Miss Stevens. It is your estate now, isn't it?
Well, if you mean, do I inherit it now that my brother is dead? I couldn't say, Mr. Keene. The will hasn't been read yet.
Who is his closest surviving relative?
I am. But what has that got to do with... If you're ready to leave with me now, Mr. Keene, I'll take you to our estate.
Yes, Mac Clancy and I are ready to leave and begin the first part of our investigation of the strange murder of your brother.
Turn into this driveway, Mr. Clancy. The main house is at the end of it.
Right, Miss Stevens.
It's quite a large place, isn't it? And do you have many servants, Miss Stevens?
Well, only one, Mr. Keene. The handyman, Tom Brewer. As far as my brother John was concerned, I saw that he was comfortable myself. Most of the house has been locked off for years, and we only use a few rooms.
Where was this handyman, Tom Brewer, when the murder took place?
Well, he wasn't on the grounds. It was his day off. He told the police he only returned several hours after poor John's body was discovered. You can see the barns from here. I found John's body in that large white one over there. The animals were taken out when the police started their investigation.
Mr. Keene, there's a lady running up the path there. She looks kind of excited.
Why, that's Evelyn Kincaid. She's the wife of our neighbor Paul Kincaid.
Well, she's seen us, but she doesn't seem to be able to make up her mind whether to come over or not.
She looks like she'd like to turn back, boss.
Hello, Emma.
Evelyn, this is Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy. Mrs. Evelyn Kincaid, our neighbor.
You're Mr. Keene, the criminal investigator?
You seem to be upset about something, Mrs. Kincaid.
Upset? Well, why should I be upset?
Miss Stevens has told us something about you and your husband.
She has. And just what has she told you?
Just that you and Paul were our neighbors.
And what else? Have you been gossiping again, Emma? If you have, just remember I can tell Mr. Keene a few things about you.
Evelyn, I don't know what you're talking about.
How much money did your murdered half-brother leave you? And how badly did you want to get hold of it?
Evelyn, how dare you?
Well, there's no need for these recriminations, Mrs. Kincaid. Miss Stevens hasn't made any accusations about you.
Well, she has nothing to accuse me of, Mr. Keene. Well, I'll admit I was angry with John Stevens, that I often hoped he'd close his house and move away somewhere.
Yes, you were angry with my brother, all right. Angry enough to wish he was dead when he got pneumonia last winter.
Wishing is not a criminal offense, Emma Stevens.
At least, not until the wish transforms itself into the deed.
What do you mean by that?
Mrs. Kincaid, I'd like to know why you felt that way about the murdered man, John Stevens, if it's true.
It isn't true, Mr. Keene. But I'll tell you why I didn't want him around. He baited Paul, my husband. He was always boasting how much more clever he was about breeding animals. How he, John, always won the prizes while Paul won nothing but laughs.
I won't stand here and listen to any more of this. Why are you here, Evelyn? What do you want?
I was looking for Paul. I thought he came over here to offer you his condolences. But I'll be happy to get off your property as soon as...
What do you think you've... Put down that pitchfork, you idiot!
It's my husband's voice.
No.
Boss, sounds like a fight inside that white barn.
Hurry, Mike. Let's see what's up.
You out of your mind? You could kill a man.
Help me with this heavy barn door, Mike.
No. I'll kill you, Paul Kincaid. Make one more move, I'll jam this pitchfork through your throat.
Mike, try to get that pitchfork away from him.
Who are you?
Let me go. Here, I'll take that big sticker. Go. That's better. Says preserve us, but this thing could kill a steer.
What's the meaning of this? My name is Keene.
Mr. Keene, the investigator? Well, I'm Tom Brewer. You come here just in time. I'm the Stevens handyman. I just caught Mr. Kincaid snooping around this barn. When I asked him what he was up to, he hit me in the face. I grabbed the pitchfork to protect myself.
And you're Paul Kincaid?
I am, Mr. Keene. And this fool is exaggerating the entire affair. I came over to the Stevens estate to see John's sister Emma and to tell her how shocked I was to hear about his murder.
But what were you doing here in the barn, Mr. Kincaid?
Well, boss, that seems to be a question this fellow don't want to answer.
I'm afraid he'll have to answer it, Mike. Mr. Kincaid, you'll accompany us back to the Stevens house now, if you don't mind. There's more than one question I'm going to ask you, in connection with the murder of John Stevens.
Chesterfield gives you scientific facts in support of smoking. First such report ever published about any cigarette. A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfields. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfield, 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After the examinations, the medical specialist stated, quote, "It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided," unquote. Of course, these cigarettes were Chesterfields. Remember this report and buy Chesterfields, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfield and much milder. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the prize-winning bull. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are investigating the murder of John Stevens, a wealthy animal breeder whose $50,000 prize bull was also shot dead at the time of the murder. At the moment, Mr. Keene and Mike are in the Stevens home, now occupied solely by Emma Stevens, the victim's half-sister. Mr. Keene is questioning Paul Kincaid, a neighbor of the murdered man, while Kincaid's wife, Evelyn, waits in another part of the house. Now Mr. Keene is saying,
Mr. Kincaid, my partner Mike Clancy and I are investigating the murder of your neighbor, John Stevens, as you know.
I had nothing to do with it, Mr. Keene.
On the contrary, someone has told me that you were jealous of the murdered man, for several reasons.
Really?
First of all, you both bred animals as a hobby, and John Stevens seems to have bested you in prize competitions.
What's that got to do with anything, Mr. Keene?
His prize bull, Champion, worth $50,000, was shot about the time of the murder. Now, there's a possibility that the person who killed the bull did it out of jealousy, and when he was caught in the act by John Stevens, he murdered him.
But we can tell you this, mister. We're not looking for the man who got rid of the bull. It's the murderer of John Stevens we want.
So you think I killed his prize bull, then did away with Stevens? I suppose Emma, his half-sister, told you that. Well, you might question her a bit, Mr. Keene. She comes into a fortune now that John is dead.
Mr. Kincaid, what about your feeling regarding John Stevens and your wife?
My wife and John were merely friends, nothing more, Mr. Keene. I admit I may have been jealous of Evelyn once or twice, for no reason, but she'll bear me out as far as John was concerned.
Mike, call Mrs. Kincaid in here, please.
Okay, boss. Oh, Mrs. Kincaid, Mr. Keene would like to talk to you.
What's happened, Paul? Is everything all right?
Someone's been putting ideas into Mr. Keene's head, Evelyn. Someone's been gossiping about you and John Stevens. Tell Mr. Keene there was nothing between you.
I've already told him. If anything, I hated John for the way he baited you, Paul, and made you unhappy.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Keene?
Part of it. However, you still have to explain what you were doing when Tom Brewer, the Stevens handyman, caught you inside the White Barn, where John Stevens was murdered.
Tell Mr. Keene the truth, Paul. Remember, you may be protecting a murderer.
Keep quiet, Evelyn.
I can't. I think it's for your own protection. Either you tell Mr. Keene the truth, or I will.
Very well. I'll tell him myself. Mr. Keene, I was the one who shot and killed John's prize bull.
I see. And why did you do it, Mr. Kincaid?
Because he was always boasting about how clever he was as an animal breeder, and he drove me into a fury. I'd been drinking too much just before I went over to his barn, and I hardly knew what I was doing. But I didn't murder John Stevens, I swear it.
Who is the person your wife just mentioned? The one she said you might be protecting inadvertently.
Mr. Keene, I meant Tom Brewer, the Stevens handyman. My husband saw him prowling around the grounds right after he left the barn.
Well, boss, Tom Brewer said he wasn't near that place when John Stevens was murdered.
Yes, that was his alibi. Mike, it appears as though Tom Brewer is the next to be questioned. Mr. and Mrs. Kincaid, how far away do you live from here?
We have the big house at the end of the road, Mr. Keene.
You may go back there now. I warn you, however, that you're still under strong suspicion.
Very well.
Just one thing more. Why did you return to the Stevens barn today?
I was looking for my gun, the one I used to kill the prize bull. In the crazy state I was in that night, I left the revolver there in the barn.
As far as we know, the gun used to kill John Stevens has not yet been found. All right, Mr. Kincaid, you and your wife can leave. Come along, Mike. We're going inside and talk to Tom Brewer, the handyman.
Mr. Keene, there's Emma Stevens, but Tom Brewer ain't here.
Well, if you're looking for Tom, Mr. Keene, he just went out to the barn.
Oh, come with us, please, Miss Stevens. Mike, we'll follow Tom Brewer to the barn and see what he has to say now that his alibi has been cracked wide open.
Well, here's the barn, boss. The handyman, Tom Brewer, must be inside.
Would you wait out here, please, Miss Stevens?
All right, Mr. Keene.
The barn door's open, Mike. Let's go in.
Mr. Keene.
What are you doing here, Tom Brewer?
Well, I just cleaning up the barn a bit.
Well, boss, looks more like he may have been up to something.
Oh, what do you mean?
We've just learned, Tom Brewer, that you were not off the grounds the night your employer, John Stevens, was murdered. Someone saw you near this barn, the scene of the crime.
That's a lie, Mr. Keene.
I advise you to tell the entire truth, Brewer. Remember, we have a witness who saw you.
Maybe I was on the grounds. I was afraid to open up my mouth. I didn't want to get mixed up in any murder.
Then you must have something you're hiding, Brewer. Because unless you had a motive to murder John Stevens, you had nothing to fear.
Well, Mr. Stevens was going to fire me. I figured the police might think I got sore enough to do him in because of that.
Then you knew the murder had been committed even before his half-sister Emma Stevens found his body.
I guess I found his body first, Mr. Keene. When I heard the shot, I ran in here to the barn. I saw him lying over there near that stall where the prize bull champion was lying, too.
Was it over here, Tom?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Mike, one of the floorboards here is loose. Let's have a closer look.
Right, boss.
Mike.
Yes, sir?
There's something stuck here between these two loose floorboards. See if you can pry it loose.
Right. Well, it's stuck tight, boss, but, well, I think I can... Here, sir. Well, what is it?
Mike, it's a clue. An important clue to the murder of John Stevens. Tom Brewer, you and the murdered man's sister, Emma Stevens, are coming with me to the Kincaid house for a final showdown.
Mr. Keene.
Mr. Kincaid, I brought your neighbor, Emma Stevens, and the handyman, Tom Brewer, with me.
Mr. Keene says he has a clue, Paul, in regard to my brother's murder.
You have, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mrs. Kincaid. Tom Brewer just admitted that he was near the barn when John Stevens was murdered. But I found something else that changes the situation completely.
I tell you, I didn't
we heard you the first time, Brewer.
First of all, Mr. Kincaid, let me ask you this. How did your wife know that you'd killed John Stevens' prize bull?
Paul told me, Mr. Keene.
Yes, I told Evelyn when she found me leaving the Stevens property.
Then your wife here was also on the murdered man's property when the crime was committed.
I heard Paul leave our house, and I followed him, Mr. Keene. I knew he was up to something.
And where did you meet him, Mrs. Kincaid?
Outside the Stevens barn.
Then you were never inside the barn at all?
Never, Mr. Keene.
And I can prove that's a lie, Mrs. Kincaid.
What?
John Stevens' murderer was a woman, and she left this clue. It's a small leather lift, the thin section on the bottom of the heel of a woman's shoe. And I believe it came from your wife's shoe, Mr. Kincaid. She must have caught her heel between two floorboards just inside the barn. And when she pulled her foot loose, she left this leather lift in the crack.
Well, how do you know it's from my heel? It might have come from Emma Stevens' shoe.
I've noticed that Emma Stevens only wears low, flat-heeled shoes. You, a younger woman, wear high heels, Mrs. Kincaid. And this lift came from a high-heeled shoe.
Evelyn, those shoes, the ones you left for the maid to have repaired.
Be quiet, Paul.
Where are those shoes, Mr. Kincaid?
Over there on the foyer table.
Fetch them, will you, Mike?
Right, boss.
Leave those shoes alone.
Mr. Keene, why, there's part of the heel missing from this shoe of Mrs. Kincaid's. Here, look here, sir.
Yes, Mike. And this small piece of leather I found in the Stevens barn just fits the missing section. It's enough evidence, I think, to arrest Evelyn Kincaid. Mike, don't let her touch that vase.
Oh, she won't, boss. Here, I've got it.
I could kill you for this.
I saw her edging over to it. Now reach inside, Mike.
Right, sir. Boss, there's a gun hidden inside this vase.
Now handle it carefully to preserve the fingerprints.
That's my gun, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Kincaid. The one you left in the barn after you killed John Stevens' prize bull. Your wife found it and used it to kill Stevens himself. She evidently thought she had a perfect opportunity to commit murder and then have you take the blame.
Evelyn, I can't believe it. Why would you...
Why? Because John Stevens was a fool. I begged him to run away with me. I wanted him to help me get rid of you and...
In other words, Mrs. Kincaid, you first tried to get John Stevens to help you kill your husband. Then, when he refused, you murdered Stevens because you were afraid he'd give you away. And because you were a woman scorned, a woman he refused to love.
Yes, yes.
Evelyn.
And don't look that way at me, Paul. You should have known all along that I wouldn't have married a drab little man like you if you hadn't a fortune.
A fortune you hope to get your hands on, Mrs. Kincaid. If your husband had got the electric chair for your crime, you'd have inherited his money.
Then I was right, Mr. Keene, in being jealous of my wife. John Stevens was handsome, distinguished. She did have designs on him.
You needn't be jealous of your wife any longer, Paul Kincaid, because she'll spend the rest of her life in prison, if she's lucky enough to escape the death penalty, for the murder of John Stevens.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the prize-winning bull. Every night of the week, you can hear a suspense-filled adventure show when you tune into CBS Radio. Later tonight, there's a thrilling story about Mr. Chameleon, a clever gentleman who uses disguises in tracking down a killer or to crack a difficult case. And tonight's case is a real dilly. Tomorrow night, you can hear Broadway is My Beat. You'll meet Danny Clover, the plainclothesman hero who knows Broadway intimately. Also on hand Saturday evenings is the king of the singing cowboys, Gene Autry, Edgar Rice Burroughs' jungle hero, Tarzan, and the thrills of gangbusters. Sunday nights you'll hear Escape, and Monday nights there's the action-filled drama Suspense. Tuesday nights you'll meet Pam and Jerry North, and Wednesdays it's The Lineup and the FBI in Peace and War. That's it. If you love adventure stories, tune into CBS Radio every night of the week. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummett. Dialogue by Lawrence Plea, directed by Richard Leonard. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Don't miss Mr. Keene on Friday of next week, when the kindly old tracer turns to the Skull and Crossbones Murder Case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is brought to you by Dentyne, the gum with breathtaking flavor, and Beeman's Pepsin, tastes so good and aids digestion too, and by Chesterfield, the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. King size Chesterfields contain tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king size cigarette. Your announcer is Harry Kramer. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for Gunsmoke. Does your money buy more at A&P? Well, come see for yourself and get buys like a carton of 3 or 4 fine fresh tomatoes, only 17 cents, in Greater New York and nearby New Jersey, A&P supermarkets. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Bill Leonard reports on human interest happenings on This Is New York. It's 8:30, WCBS AM and FM, New York.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in a new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator will bring you his most celebrated cases on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight's case is entitled The Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case. Our scene opens in a large, old-fashioned home situated in a lonely section of New York City. It is night, and a young man is entering the darkened house. He gropes his way through one of the rooms, unaware that he is moving toward sudden death.
It's so dark in here. I wonder if I can find a light switch. Aunt Martha. Aunt Amy, are you at home? They're not here. The house is completely empty. What's that? Where is that screaming coming from? Oh, where's the door? It's so dark I can't see a thing. Don't point that gun at me. Put it down, do you hear? No! Don't shoot! No!
Office of Mr. Keene, the private investigator.
It is, ma'am. I'm his partner, Mike Clancy.
My name is Mrs. Jane Travers. I must see Mr. Keene at once. It's a matter of life and death.
Oh, here's Mr. Keene now, coming out of his private office.
Mr. Keene.
You wish to see me?
I'm Mrs. Jane Travers. Something horrible has happened, and I've come to you hoping you can help me. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Keene. People say you're not only a noted tracer of lost persons, but you're also famous for solving murder cases.
Many of my cases do involve murders.
Oh, then, Mr. Keene, I'm hoping you'll help me. I'm so shocked and confused. I don't know which way to turn.
Oh, please sit down and try to compose yourself, Mrs. Travers. Has someone you know been murdered?
My husband, Donald. He was shot to death last night in the home of my two aunts. One of them may be under suspicion for the crime.
Please give me all the details, Mrs. Travers.
I have two unmarried aunts, Mr. Keene. My Aunt Martha Carson and my Aunt Amy. They've been living alone for years in an old house in a quiet section of the city.
Where your husband's murder took place?
Yes. I don't see my aunts very often. I'm afraid they're both rather eccentric. They don't encourage visitors. In fact, they have a rather frightening reputation in the neighborhood.
Frightening, Mrs. Travers? In what way?
They're known as the Weird Sisters. They hardly ever leave the house, and very few people get a chance to see them. Yesterday, my husband Donald went over there.
For any particular reason?
Well, I hadn't heard from my aunts in over 6 months, and I was worried about them. I felt that something was wrong. They have no telephone, so Donald decided to investigate.
By himself, Mrs. Travers?
I was going to go with him, Mr. Keene, but I developed a violent headache a few hours before, and Donald went alone.
A good thing for you, maybe, ma'am.
You mean, Mr. Clancy, I could have been murdered along with my husband? Well, when I think that Donald is gone,
We understand, my dear.
Anyway, Donald went over to see my aunts. And the next thing I knew, the police notified me of his murder. We'd only been married 8 months, and we were so very happy.
What did the police investigation disclose, Mrs. Travers?
As far as I know, Mr. Keene, they only spoke to Aunt Martha. She's 45 now, I think about 10 years older than her sister Amy.
And what did your Aunt Martha tell the police?
She said she was out of the house when Donald was shot, and that Aunt Amy is away in the country. But when the police question people in the neighborhood, they're bound to find out that Aunt Martha was lying.
You're sure of that?
Aunt Amy would never leave Martha and go out of the city for one thing. And Aunt Martha herself only left the house once in 6 months at the most. Oh, Mr. Keene, something must be terribly wrong with my aunts.
Are you afraid that they may be involved in your husband's murder?
No, I just can't believe that either of them had anything to do with Donald's murder. It's just that with those rumors going around.
Rumors of their eccentricity?
Some people have even said there's a streak of insanity in their behavior. The police may think that one of my aunts killed Donald in a burst of maniacal fury. Oh, Mr. Keene, please, please do something to find out the truth.
I assure you, we'll do our utmost to help you, Mrs. Travers.
All Aunt Martha and Aunt Amy have in the world is each other. And in some ways, their relationship is almost like a stern mother and daughter.
How do you mean?
Well, Aunt Martha has always dominated Aunt Amy, for one thing. Even to the point of interfering with her personal affairs.
To what specific personal affairs are you referring?
Well, I don't know this is a positive fact, but I heard that my Aunt Amy once had a chance to marry. Was a man named George Wheeler, but Aunt Martha talked her out of it.
Do you know why, Mrs. Travers?
No, I don't, Mr. Keene. Oh, but please don't misunderstand me. Their relationship was always very warm and happy, at least as far as I knew. And in spite of their odd way of living, they got along together.
I see.
Oh, more than anything else in the world, I want my husband's murderer found. But if it should involve an innocent person, someone who used to be very close to me, I...
Suppose you take us to your aunt's house, Mrs. Travers.
I have an unhappy job to do first, Mr. Keene. Arrange for my husband's funeral. But I can give you the address and meet you there later.
Very well. Write it down here, please.
Yes. Mrs. Martha and Amy Carson, 1124 Ivy Road.
Mike, we'll proceed to that address immediately and see if we can start unraveling the mystery of Donald Travers' murder on the scene of the crime.
Well, this is the house, Mr. Keene. Sure, and it's nothing but a rickety pile of shingles going to seed.
There doesn't seem to be a doorbell, Mike.
Well?
Miss Carson?
I'm Martha Carson, yes.
My name is Keene, and this is my partner, Mike Clancy. We're investigating the murder of Donald Travers, your niece's husband.
Who sent for you?
We were asked to take the case by Jane Travers, your niece.
The police have already been here. If you're not from them...
Let's not have any trouble, ma'am. We usually work along with the police.
May we come in, Miss Martha?
Well, just for a minute.
Are you alone?
Yes.
I understand your younger sister, Amy, lives here with you.
Amy's gone. She'll be away for the rest of the month, at least.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Miss Martha.
The police have already talked to me about my nephew's murder, Mr. Keene. I told them I knew nothing about it.
You were out of this house when it happened?
Yes.
Where, may I ask?
I was just out, that's all. Doing some shopping.
Well, then perhaps someone at the store where you shopped would be able to identify you.
Why should I need that, Mr. Keene?
Miss Martha, according to your niece, you and your sister Amy may come under some suspicion in this murder case. And I want to help you if I can.
I don't need any help. I can take care of this by myself.
What's that chopping noise?
Mr. Keene, there's a fella standing out there chopping down a dead tree. I can see him from this window.
That's our handyman, Luther Prague. He does work around here.
He looks big enough to pull that tree up by the roots with his bare hands.
Mr. Keene, do you really think the police might suspect me or my sister Amy in some way?
Your niece seems to think so, Miss Martha.
And I don't want anyone to say I'm hiding something. I could tell you about someone you might want to talk to, but I don't want him to know you heard it from me.
Who is it?
A man named George Wheeler.
The man who wanted to marry your sister Amy?
How do you know about that, Mr. Keene?
Your niece, Jane Travers, mentioned it.
Well, she had no right to. Well, anyway, George Wheeler had it in for Donald Travers.
He did? Why?
My sister Amy found out that George Wheeler couldn't be trusted, and it was Donald who told it to her. That's why, well, that's what broke up Amy's romance with George Wheeler.
And Wheeler hated Donald Travers for that.
Naturally.
Was George Wheeler anywhere near this house when young Travers was murdered?
He could have been. He lives only a short distance away. Mr. Keene, I never trusted the man myself, and when he loses his temper, he's capable of anything.
You realize, of course, Miss Martha, that your accusations are very grave, and that they might make George Wheeler an important suspect in this murder case.
I'm telling you the truth, Mr. Keene.
What is George Wheeler's address?
He lives in the small gray house on the corner. You can't miss it.
Perhaps we'd better question him, Mike.
Sounds like a good idea, Mr. Keene.
You'll find him at home now if you go right over.
Very well, Miss Martha.
Saints preserve us.
Who is that, Miss Martha?
None of your business, Mr. Keene.
Boss, it almost sounds like a trapped animal.
Miss Martha, where is that shriek coming from?
I won't tell you. Get out of my house and leave us alone.
Mike, let's go upstairs and investigate.
No, I won't let you do it. Luther! Luther, come in here quickly.
Mr. Keene, she's calling that big gorilla, the handyman.
I'm afraid we're in for a little trouble, Mike. Come on, Mike. We're going upstairs and...
No, don't you dare! Luther, stop these two men. Don't let them go upstairs.
Mr. Keene, it's the Axeman. And he's got that chopper in his hand.
Nevertheless, Mike, we're going upstairs right now to find out who is doing that shrieking and why.
Who is imprisoned in the room upstairs in the home of the strange Carson sisters? And what part did the prisoner play in the murder of Donald Travers? The rest of this exciting story will be heard on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at this same time. Be sure to listen again on Wednesday for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
A most unusual Western program is the many times cited CBS radio series called Gunsmoke. This half-hour Saturday night adventure program recreates the authentic atmosphere of old Dodge City when the West was young and wild. In the character of United States Marshal Matt Dillon, you have a composite of all the restless, uncertain men who did their best to fight the battle for law and order according to their own lights. Remember, Gunsmoke is yours for thrills every Saturday night over most of these same stations. Your announcer, George Bryan. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in our new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator brings to us his most celebrated cases on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight, the Shrieking Prisoner murder case. The scene opens at night in a large, old-fashioned house in a lonely section of New York City. A young man has just entered the darkened interior, and as he moves across the room, he hears a sudden, blood-curdling shriek of frustration and anguish coming from another part of the house. The young man stands frozen for a moment. Then, as he quickly moves to a door and opens it, a shot rings out. A moment later, a murderer peers down with grim satisfaction at the figure on the floor. The lifeless body of a young man with a bullet through his heart. And now, Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are looking into the murder. The scene of the crime is a home owned by two weird sisters, Martha and Amy Carson. And the murdered man is their niece's young husband. Why has he been murdered? Mr. Keene is first attempting to find the source of the frightful shrieking which has been heard in the house. But he and Mike are being blocked by Martha Carson and Luther Prague, her burly handyman, who has entered the room with an axe in his hand. As Mr. Keene says,
Martha Carson, I'm here with my partner, Mike Clancy, to investigate the murder of young Donald Travers. I suggest you tell your handyman to let us go upstairs to find out who's shrieking up there.
No, you can't go up there.
If you go up, I'll chop you both to pieces.
My partner, Mike Clancy, happens to be armed himself, Luther Prague.
And my gun can speak a lot faster than his axe, boss.
I told you to get out of my house, Mr. Keene.
We're going to find out who's upstairs, Miss Martha, shrieking like a trapped animal. If you try to prevent us, you'll only put yourself further under suspicion for the murder that occurred in this house last night.
Luther, don't let Mr. Keene go upstairs.
Get out of here, both of you. I'll chop the two of you to pieces with this axe if you try to go upstairs.
Look out, boss. He means it.
Be careful, Mike. Miss Martha, call this man off, or there'll be trouble.
No, you have no right to search this house.
Are you getting out, or do I chop you both to pieces with this axe?
Put that axe down, Luther.
And be quick about it.
Well, Miss Martha...
Put it down, or I knock it out of your hand.
I'll tear you apart, you...
Luther!
Well, he's not hurt bad. I just had to quiet him down a little.
Well, Miss Martha, are you going to take us upstairs now? Or do we find out by ourselves who is shrieking up there? And what it has to do with the murder that occurred here in your house last night?
I'll take you upstairs, Mr. Keene. Come with me. Before I open the door, Mr. Keene, let me tell you something. No one in this house right now had anything to do with the murder of young Donald Travers, my niece's husband.
That remains to be proven, Miss Martha.
My niece, Jane Travers, should never have sent you here.
Jane Travers only wanted to help you prove your innocence, Miss Martha. The police may be putting both you and your sister under arrest shortly.
But why, Mr. Keene? We had nothing against Donald.
Well, it's your reputation that's against you, lady.
You mean the reputation we have in this neighborhood for being eccentric, Mr. Clancy? For being weird sisters?
There's talk about the possibility of insanity in your family.
And if that don't sound like a crazy woman, I never heard one.
Mr. Keene, there is insanity in my family, as you'll see right now. You can go inside the room.
Mr. Keene, there she is. Saints preserve us, she's staring at us.
With vacant, expressionless eyes.
Look at her hair, falling down like strings of rope over her face. And her fingernails, they must be an inch long.
Mr. Keene, this is my sister Amy.
And you keep her locked up in this room, Miss Martha?
For her own good.
For my own good? You mean because you hate me? Everybody hates me.
Amy.
Don't touch me, Martha. I'll kill anyone who touches me.
Miss Martha, you lied when you said your sister Amy was away in the country.
I didn't want anyone to know that Amy was up here in this room, Mr. Keene. Because I don't want her taken away and put in an asylum. I'll do anything to prevent that.
Be careful what you say, Miss Martha. Anything could mean that you may have murdered young Donald Travers to stop him from discovering your secret.
No, I didn't kill him, Mr. Keene, and neither did my sister Amy.
But Amy was inside the house when the murder occurred.
Yes, she was. But, Mr. Keene, I told you about a man you ought to question in this case, George Wheeler. When he broke up with Amy, she lost her mind. She loved George so much.
George? Where is George? Why doesn't he come to see me? Why?
Amy, try to control yourself.
Miss Martha, you told us that this man, George Wheeler, hated your nephew, Donald Travers, because Travers accused Wheeler of being untrustworthy and advised your sister Amy here not to marry him.
My sister Amy went out of her mind because she was so madly in love with Wheeler. The shock of finding out he was beneath her was too much.
And you had nothing to do with it?
Martha had a great deal to do with it, Mr. Keene.
George Wheeler!
I heard what you said to these people as I came up the stairs, Martha. I heard you trying to accuse me of murder.
George! You've come to rescue me!
No, Amy, I can't take you away from here. I didn't come for
Then I'll fight my way out. I'll tear my way out with my fingernails.
Stop that!
You know I didn't mean it, Martha. Don't be angry.
Amy, I'm terribly sorry.
What are you doing in my house, George Wheeler? I told you to stay out of here for good.
I came, Martha, because I thought the police would still be here. And I had some evidence for them. But first, I want to clear up a few matters with Mr. Keene. I know who you are, sir.
Well, Mr. Wheeler?
Amy Carson loved me. And she would have married me if it hadn't been for her sister Martha. Martha made Amy turn me down when I proposed.
And rightly so. You knew my sister had some money, and you thought you could live on that once you married her.
I have a good job, Martha. You know that. I don't need Amy's money. If it weren't for her sister Martha's domination, Amy wouldn't be the poor, broken figure you see her as now. Look at her, Mr. Keene. It's pitiful.
Sure, and she just stares at the wall as if none of us were in the room.
My heart breaks when I see her this way, Mr. Clancy.
It's possible, isn't it, Mr. Wheeler, that Amy Carson could have resented Donald Travers just as you did?
How do you mean, Mr. Keene?
Why exactly did Donald Travers object to her marriage to you?
He said that I was after her money.
Martha, do you and your sister have a great deal of money?
We had enough to live comfortably, Mr. Keene.
Judging by this house, it couldn't be a fortune.
In any case, Mike, if Amy Carson had resented the things young Donald Travers said about the man she loved, she may have wanted to strike back at her nephew herself.
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. Amy wouldn't murder because of that.
Amy Carson is obviously insane, Mr. Wheeler, and probably dangerous. And in that state, she could be capable of anything, even murder, with no motive at all.
And what about Martha Carson? Is she completely above any suspicion?
How dare you accuse me, George Wheeler? Mr. Keene, do you think I could have murdered my nephew to prevent him from finding out about Amy and sending her to an asylum?
That's how the police may take it, Miss Martha. Mr. Wheeler, a moment ago you said you had some new evidence. What is it?
This gold watch, Mr. Keene.
Well, let's see it, mister.
Well, I found it this morning, and I recognized it as Donald Travers' watch.
It belonged to the murder victim?
Yes, Mr. Keene, absolutely. I'd seen Travers wear it several times.
And where did you find it?
In Luther Prague's room.
Boss, Luther Prague must have stolen this watch from the murdered man.
If he did, Mike, we'll be dealing with another suspect in this case. Mr. Wheeler, was Luther Prague downstairs when you came into the house?
No, Mr. Keene.
Well, he must have come to and left right after we came up here, boss.
Yes, Mike. Now, where does he live, Mr. Wheeler?
He can usually be found in an old abandoned shack. It's in an empty lot a short distance from here.
I wonder if anything else was missing from the victim's body that Luther Prague may have taken.
I searched Luther's room carefully, but that was all I could find, Mr.
Well,
Keene.
it's all beginning to add up, boss. Looks like that big muscle man, Luther Prague, is the next fellow we want to see.
Yes, Mike. Martha, before I leave, I want to know what you intend doing about your sister Amy here. She's insane. She may be dangerous.
I'll have her examined by a doctor, Mr. Keene. And if he tells me to send her away to a mental institution, I will.
Mr. Wheeler.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Would you point out Luther Prague's shack to us now?
I will, Mr. Keene.
And then I must ask you to remain close by yourself for further questioning.
In other words, I'm still a suspect, too.
Frankly, yes.
Very well, Mr. Keene. I'll do just as you say.
All right, Mick. Now we'll have a talk with Luther Prague and find out just how he obtained this watch and what he knows about young Donald Travers' murder.
Okay, boss.
I'll be talking to you later, Miss Martha.
All right, Mr. Keene. Amy. Amy, stop crying.
You said you were going to send me away. You said that, Martha. I hate you.
They'll never take you away, Amy. I won't let them. I'll kill anyone who tries to take you away. I swear it.
The handyman Luther Prague has become a fourth murder suspect on Mr. Keene's list. But was young Donald Travers murdered with robbery as the motive? Or is the murder linked to the mystery of the insane woman so closely guarded by her older sister? The rest of this exciting story will be heard on Thursday and Friday at this same time. Be sure to listen tomorrow to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Be sure to listen to Mr. Keene tomorrow, Thursday, at this same time for the next episode of The Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case. And don't miss the regular half-hour Mr. Keene program, heard every Friday night over most of these stations. Tomorrow evening, CBS Radio gives the spotlight to Kathy and Elliot Lewis on stage with a poignant drama titled The Younger Sister. It tells how an older sister's feeling of responsibility toward her sister threatens the marriages of both girls. Don't miss Kathy and Elliot Lewis on stage tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Also tomorrow evening at the Star's address, enjoy the laughs when you meet Millie on her latest escapade. Millie Bronson, played by Elena Verdugo, and her addle-headed mama get into all kinds of troubles up in a mountain resort. Yes, meet Millie tomorrow night, and you'll laugh. Your announcer, Stuart Metz. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in our new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator brings to us his most celebrated cases on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight, the Shrieking Prisoner Murder Case. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are looking into the strange murder of young Donald Travers, who was shot to death in a lonely house owned by his wife's two eccentric aunts, Martha and Amy Carson. Both Carson sisters are suspects in the case, for Amy is shriekingly insane, and Martha was determined that no one should find out about it. A third suspect is George Wheeler, whose engagement to Amy Carson was broken because of the victim's interference. But now, Mr. Keene and Mike have gone to investigate still another suspect, a handyman named Luther Prague. Meanwhile, in the Carson house, Martha tries to calm her insane sister Amy. And inside the room in the attic, which has been Amy Carson's prison, we hear...
Amy! You must be quiet. You know you can trust me, your own sister.
Trust you, Martha? When you keep me locked up here like a prisoner?
It's for your own good. I swore no one would take you to an insane asylum, and I'm keeping that promise.
Who were those strange men who were here?
That was Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mr. Clancy.
Investigators?
Yes. They're trying to find out who murdered our nephew, Donald Travers, here in our house last night.
Oh.
George Wheeler has taken them to Luther Prague's shack. They think Luther, our handyman, murdered Donald Travers.
They do? But why?
They think Luther killed him to rob him. And I've told them something else, Amy. I said George Wheeler could have murdered Donald because Donald said something that broke up your romance with George.
My romance? Martha, you broke up my engagement to George.
Donald Travers was the one who called George a fortune hunter, wasn't he?
Yes, Donald did. And I could have killed him when he said it.
Amy, don't say that in front of Mr. Keene. I think we've got him fooled now, so let's not spoil it.
You're trying to fool Mr. Keene?
Yes. He never would have come here if our niece Jane hadn't sent him.
Jane Travers. Donald's wife?
Yeah, she's another one who's trying to interfere. They're all trying to send you away to an asylum, Amy. But they'll have to do it over my dead body.
You're too smart for them, aren't you, Martha?
I certainly am. And I'm not through with Mr. Keene yet. I've got a few other ways to confuse him, too. Now, you stay where you are, Amy.
What are you doing, Martha?
I can see Luther's shack through this window. Mr. Keene and his partner are walking towards it. George Wheeler is gone. I'm leaving now, Amy.
Take me with you, Martha. Don't leave me alone in this room again.
You've got to stay here, Amy. But don't be afraid. When I talk to Mr. Keene, I'll make certain he ends up in more of a muddle than ever.
No! Don't shut me out!
Be quiet!
No! Don't lock me up! Don't! Open the door! Let me out! Let me
Well, it's no use, Mr. Keene. The door to this shack of Luther Prague's is good and locked. I've worked on it now for half an hour.
If we want to search this place, Mike, you'll have to find another way of getting in.
Well, I might be able to force a window.
When George Wheeler found that watch that had been stolen from the murdered man, Donald Travers, this door must have been accidentally left locked.
Mr. Keene!
Boss, it's Martha Carson.
Mr. Keene! My sister, Amy. She's escaped.
She got out of that room, Miss Martha?
She tied the bed sheets together and let herself down through the window.
Saints preserve us. Now we've got a crazy woman running around loose.
I'd better make a thorough search of the neighborhood for her, Mike. And meanwhile, you try to get into this shack of Luther Prague somehow and search it.
Right, Mr. Keene, sir.
Come with me, Miss Martha. We'd better find your sister Amy before she has a chance to do anything violent. We've gone over the neighborhood pretty thoroughly, Miss Martha. But we found no sign of your sister Amy.
It's getting dark, Mr. Keene.
It was foolish of you not to turn your sister over to the health authorities the moment you knew she was insane, Miss Martha.
I realize that now, but I couldn't bear to let her go. She's all I have, Mr. Keene. We've lived in this house for 20 years, ever since our parents died.
How long ago did you decide to shut yourself off from the rest of the world?
Oh, 10 years or more, Mr. Keene. It happened when I was disappointed in love. I was going to marry someone, but he jilted me.
And so you couldn't stand the idea of your sister Amy marrying either a short time ago.
It was Donald Travers who broke up her engagement to George Wheeler when he said George was a fortune hunter. That's what caused Amy's mind to crack.
And it could have caused her to murder Donald Travers.
No, that's not true, Mr. Keene. After all, I had something to do with that broken engagement, too. I loved Amy too much to let her marry that scoundrel.
And did you love her so much you would have committed murder? To keep someone like Donald Travers from finding out about Amy's insanity and sending her to an asylum?
That's ridiculous. You can't prove a thing like that, Mr. Keene.
Miss Martha, what kind of an income do you have? How do you get money to live?
I told you, Mr. Keene, we had a little money left to us by my father.
May I ask how much?
That happens to be my business. It was enough to get by on through the years.
And where do you keep this money, Miss Martha?
Why are you asking me so many questions about my money, Mr. Keene? I don't like to talk about it.
Is it in the bank?
No. I have it in an even safer place. And that's all I'm going to tell you about my financial affairs.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Oh, well, now, here comes your partner, Mr. Clancy.
Yes, Mike?
Well, boss, I just had another tussle with Luther Prague, that axe-swinging handyman. This time I left him in his shack, tied to a bedpost with handcuffs.
Did he come in while you were searching his place, Mike?
That he did, sir. And just as I found some very important evidence.
What did you find, Mike?
Well, first of all, I found this wallet. It's got the initials D.T. on it.
Donald Travers, the murdered man.
That's right, boss. It's also got $200 in cash inside it. I found it in Luther's pocket when he came into his shack.
What else did you discover there, Mike?
And this gun, sir. It's a .38 caliber job, and one bullet is missing.
That might be the murder weapon.
Well, it was in Luther Prague's drawer.
There you are, Mr. Keene. It looks as though you've solved the mystery of my nephew's murder.
Does it, Miss Martha?
Our handyman, Luther Prague, killed Donald Travers. There's no question about it. He murdered Donald to steal that wallet and Donald's watch. The watch that George Wheeler found in Luther's room.
Well, the handyman admits he stole the watch and wallet, Mr. Keene. But he says he didn't kill the young fella.
Then how does he explain having the watch and wallet, Mike?
Well, Luther claims he heard the shot when Donald Travers was murdered. He says he was outside the Carson house at the time. And when Luther ran in, he found the body, but he didn't call the police himself.
You mean he robbed the dead man?
Yeah, that's what he admits. He told me he figured the dead man couldn't use the money or the watch anymore, so he might as well make use of it himself.
And what did Luther Prague say about the gun you found in his shack, Mike?
Well, he said he never saw it before in his life, boss. And he swears he didn't murder Donald Travers.
Mr. Keene.
What is it, Miss Martha?
I thought I saw a light flash in the cellar of our house. Through that low window behind you.
She's right, boss. I saw it myself just now. Like someone was shining a flashlight on and off for a second or two.
How do we get into the cellar, Miss Martha?
There's a door on the other side of the house. Right around that corner.
Please stay here. We'll investigate that light. Come with me, Mike.
Well, here's the cellar door, Mr. Keene.
Open it, please, Mike.
Oh, there's a short flight of wooden steps leading downstairs.
Flash your light down there.
Careful, Mr. Keene. These steps are wet.
Yes, there seems to be a small leak in the water pipe above us.
Well, there's no one here in the cellar, Mr. Keene. Whoever it was flashing that light must have gotten away through that other door over there, leading up into the house.
Now, just a minute, Mike. There seem to be footprints here. The stairs were wet when the intruder came down, and there are 3 or 4 very clear footprints on the cement floor. Mike, shine your flashlight on the wall over there.
What? Mr. Keene, a big chunk of cement's been taken out of the wall. Looks like there was some kind of a hiding place there.
And, Mike, here's a $50 bill on the floor.
A $50 bill? What do you think it means, Mr. Keene?
It may mean we are very close to the solution to this murder case. Let's look around a bit more.
It's as quiet as a tomb down here. Sure, it makes my skin creep when I think that Amy Carson, a madwoman, is running around loose.
Flash your light on that hole in the wall once more, Mike.
There you are, sir.
The hole is lined with wood, and apparently it was used to hide valuables. Martha Carson tried to avoid the topic of money every time I brought it up, Mike.
Well, I think we'll know the truth when we tell her this wall's been tampered with, Mr. Keene.
I'm sure we will.
Mr. Keene, suppose them footprints on the stairs were made by that loony woman, Amy Carson. Look, boss, they lead right across the cellar floor and up those other stairs again.
That second flight of stairs must lead into the house. Mike, I'm going to follow those footprints up there.
Boss, remember crazy Amy Carson is dangerous. If she murdered Donald Travers, she wouldn't stop at trying to murder somebody else. She's a homicidal maniac.
Homicidal maniac or not, Mike, I'm going up there. Now.
Is Mr. Keene walking up into the arms of a homicidal maniac? Which of Mr. Keene's suspects murdered Donald Travers? And why? For the solution to this startling mystery, be sure to listen tomorrow at this same time to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
A most unusual Western program is the many times cited CBS radio series called Gunsmoke. This half-hour Saturday night adventure program recreates the authentic atmosphere of old Dodge City when the West was young and wild. In the character of United States Marshal Matt Dillon, you have a composite of all the restless, uncertain men who did their best to fight the battle for law and order according to their own lights. Remember, Gunsmoke is yours for thrills every Saturday night over most of these same stations. Your announcer, George Bryan. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Presenting Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, in our new Mr. Keene series, in which the kindly old investigator brings to us his most celebrated cases on Mondays through Fridays at this same time. Tonight, the Shrieking Prisoner murder case. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the strange murder of Donald Travers, who was shot to death as he entered a lonely house owned by his wife's two eccentric aunts, Martha and Amy Carson. Amy Carson is insane, and although both sisters are suspects in the case, Mr. Keene has his eye on two other suspects, Luther Prague, a handyman who robbed the victim, and George Wheeler, who at one time wanted to marry Amy Carson. But now, Mr. Keene has found an empty hiding place in the wall of the Carson cellar, and strange footprints lead up from the cellar to the house. Footprints that may have been made by the insane Amy Carson. Now, as Mr. Keene and Mike slowly mount the cellar stairs, wondering whether they're walking into the arms of a homicidal maniac, Mike is saying,
Mr. Keene, remember Amy Carson is dangerous. If she murdered Donald Travers, she wouldn't stop at trying to kill someone else.
I know, Mike, but we've got to find out who made these footprints and where they lead.
We're liable to meet her up here, behind this door, waiting for us with the kitchen knife.
Now, Mike, open that door.
There's a woman there, boss.
Yes, Mike, but it's Jane Travers, the wife of the murdered man.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I just got here to my aunt's house. Have you found any new evidence about my husband's murder?
My partner, Mike Clancy, and I have uncovered quite a bit of evidence, Mrs. Travers. I think I know now who murdered your husband.
Was it one of my aunts? Aunt Martha or Aunt Amy?
I'll name the killer as soon as I have my final clue, Mrs. Travers. Meanwhile, let me tell you what we've uncovered in this case so far. I think you have a right to know. Both your aunts are under strong suspicion.
But why, Mr. Keene? Why would they do such a terrible thing?
Your Aunt Amy is insane. She was in love with a man named George Wheeler. but she was forced to turn down his proposal of marriage.
Yes, I know that, Mr. Keene.
Your husband told her that this fellow Wheeler was only after her money when he proposed to her.
Donald told her that?
Apparently, Mrs. Travers. Then Amy's older sister, Martha, forced Amy to turn George Wheeler down. Now, Amy could have blamed that on your husband and murdered him in a burst of insane frenzy.
Oh, I can't believe it, Mr. Keene.
Your Aunt Martha is a suspect because she had her sister Amy hidden away at the top of this house, and she wanted no one to know about her sister's insanity.
To prevent Aunt Amy from being taken to a mental institution.
Yes, Mrs. Travers. If your husband had been on the verge of finding out the secret, Martha Carson could have lost her head and murdered him.
But what had happened to Aunt Amy? What drove her insane?
The fact that her sister Martha broke up her romance with George Wheeler did that, Mrs. Travers. Of course, it also makes Wheeler a suspect, too. He may have had a grudge against your husband for calling him a fortune hunter.
And, Mrs. Travers, we've got a fourth suspect, a handyman named Luther Prague.
We found your husband's watch and wallet in his possession, and also a gun that may turn out to be the murder weapon.
Did he rob my husband?
Luther Prague claims that he did that after the murder had been committed by someone else. Well, that remains to be seen.
But, Mr. Keene, you say you know who actually killed my husband.
I think I do. And I'll be able to put the murderer under arrest very shortly. Now, let me ask you something. What do you know about your aunt's finances?
Why, practically nothing, Mr. Keene.
If your husband thought George Wheeler was a fortune hunter, and that was the reason he wanted to marry Amy Carson, he must have thought your aunt had money.
And you believe she has a great deal of money, is that it?
Let's say she had.
What do you mean?
A few minutes ago in the cellar, we found part of the wall broken open. It had evidently been a hiding place for valuables. Valuables that had been stolen just before we entered the cellar.
Oh, does Aunt Martha know that, Mr. Keene?
Not yet, Mrs. Travers.
Oh, Mr. Keene, no matter how this case turns out, I want you to know that I'm so grateful to you for all you've done.
Mr. Keene.
Boss, it's George Wheeler.
Mr. Keene, Amy Carson has returned home.
She's been found, Mr. Wheeler?
She came to my house after she escaped, and I brought her home. Her sister Martha's with her now, upstairs in Amy's room.
I want to talk to her immediately.
You want me to go with you, Mr. Keene?
No, Mike. I'd rather you stay here with Mrs. Travers and George Wheeler. Just a few minutes now, we ought to know the final answer to this mystery and put Donald Travers' murderer under arrest.
Amy, you must listen to me. You know who I am, don't you, Amy? Don't you?
You're my sister, Martha.
Why did you run away?
I wanted to see George.
George?
I wanted him to marry me.
You're never to speak to George Wheeler again, do you hear? Amy, listen to me. Our nephew, Donald Travers, has been murdered. I've been trying to get you to remember that.
Donald?
He was shot to death downstairs in this house last night.
Good. I'm glad Donald's dead. Glad, do you hear? I hated him. Hated him.
Amy, don't talk like that. Mr. Keene may hear you.
Donald said George was no good. He lied. And I'm glad he's dead.
Amy! Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene?
Miss Martha, George Wheeler just told me your sister Amy had returned.
Amy, this is Mr. Keene, the famous investigator. You remember him? You saw him just before you ran away.
Oh?
Miss Martha, I have some news for you. I believe you've been robbed.
Robbed?
We found an open hole in the cellar wall and a $50 bill on the floor, which the thief must have dropped.
All our money was hidden inside that wall. Over $50,000. Oh, I've got to see. I've got to find out. Go on.
Now, Amy, I want to ask you some questions.
Questions?
Do you remember hearing a shot last night?
I've
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Keene.
You know that your niece's husband, Donald Travers, is dead.
Yes. My sister told me.
Both you and your sister are under suspicion of murdering him, Amy. And so are the handyman Luther Prague and George Wheeler.
Don't blame George. You can't arrest George. I won't let you. I'll kill you first. I'll kill you with this.
Where did you get that knife, Amy?
You didn't know I had a knife hidden inside my sash, did you, Mr. Keene? I picked it up in George's house. And now it's going to come in handy.
Amy, please put the knife down on that table.
You're afraid of me, aren't you? Of course you are. For all you know, I killed Donald Travers.
Did you, Amy?
I had a good reason, didn't I, Mr. Keene? I hated him more than I've ever hated anyone in my life.
But I'm your friend. Now try to calm yourself.
And I'm glad Donald's dead. Do you understand? It makes me happy.
Amy, give me that knife.
No. No, Mr. Keene. I'm going to use this knife on you. I'm going to use it on you, Mr. Keene.
But you have nothing against me. And you're not angry with me. I only want to help you.
I don't believe it.
Amy, you're going to give me that knife right now.
No.
I'm your friend. You know that. And you're ill. Very ill.
Yes. I'm ill.
So put the knife down, Amy. Put it down.
I'll... All right.
That's better. I'll take the knife now.
Boss, are you all right? I heard Amy from downstairs.
Did she try to use that knife on you, Mr. Keene?
For a moment, Mr. Wheeler, I thought she would. Mike, search George Wheeler.
What? Don't move, Mr.
I don't...
Saints preserve us. Wheeler's pockets are loaded with $1,000 bills.
Which he stole from the Carson sisters' hiding place in the cellar. And George Wheeler is the man who murdered Donald Travers.
Do you think you can prove that, Mr. Keene?
I'm sure I can, Mr. Wheeler. For one thing, you planted the murder gun in Luther Prague's shack.
When he found the watch Luther stole from the murdered man's body, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. Wheeler told us he'd searched Luther's shack carefully. If he had, he would certainly have found that gun. So it means that George Wheeler planted the gun there himself.
And what about them footprints in the cellar, boss?
That was my second clue, Mike. The footprints were made by a man who was wearing heavy, rubber-soled sports shoes, like Wheeler is wearing now.
That still isn't enough proof against me.
Boss, this fellow Wheeler must have been searching this house for that money when Donald Travers walked in and surprised him.
Yes, Mike. That's why he murdered Travers. But he still hadn't found out where the Carson sisters kept their fortune hidden. He didn't learn that until tonight.
Well, how do you think he found out tonight, boss?
I told him.
Amy, be quiet.
You told him, Amy?
Yes. George said he'd take me away and marry me if I told him where we had our money hidden.
That was when you went to George Wheeler's home tonight, Amy?
Yes, Mr. Keene. George brought me back here, and we went into the cellar. I showed him where our money was hidden, and then he sent me upstairs. George, you will marry me now, won't you?
You mad woman, let go of me! You insane fool!
Mr. Keene, it's gone. Our money's gone. But your partner's holding it.
Yes, Miss Martha. We've recovered your money. It was George Wheeler who stole it, and it was he who murdered young Donald Travers.
Yes, you're right, Keene. I killed him when he walked in on me last night. But he had it coming to him anyway. I could have married Amy if it hadn't been for him.
Mr. Keene, I had as much to do with breaking up that marriage as Donald did. For selfish reasons, I must admit now. But I'll make up for the way I treated Amy. I will, Amy. I promise. You'll get medical treatment and a cure, if it takes all our money.
And George Wheeler will get the electric chair. Put him under arrest, Mike, for the murder of Donald Travers.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the Shrieking Prisoner murder case. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Plea. Directed by Blair Walliser. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Monday at the same time when the kindly old tracer turns to The Case of Murder and the One-Eyed Gypsy. A most unusual Western program is the many times cited CBS radio series called Gunsmoke. This half-hour Saturday night adventure program recreates the authentic atmosphere of old Dodge City when the West was young and wild. In the character of United States Marshal Matt Dillon, you have a composite of all the restless, uncertain men who did their best to fight the battle for law and order according to their own lights. Remember, Gunsmoke is yours for thrills every Saturday night over most of these same stations. Your announcer, George Bryan. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. We now present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, at this new time, every week, in a complete 30-minute mystery, in which the kindly old investigator brings us one of his most celebrated cases. Tonight, the case of murder and the revengeful ghost. Our scene opens in a well-to-do home in the suburbs of New York. It is late in the evening as a tall, good-looking man opens the door to one of the rooms. He crosses to his desk in the semi-darkness. Suddenly he sees a sinister figure, a figure that instills horror in his heart.
What are you? A phantom or a human being? Lift your head and show your face. You've come to carry out your threat. No, I don't believe you'd murder me. You can't. Don't come near me. No.
You must be Lorna Wade, the young woman who telephoned for an appointment here in my office.
Yes, Mr. Keene, I am.
This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Wade. Say, boss, the lady's as pale as a ghost.
Ghost? Ghost? Mr. Keene, I've come to you for help. My fiancé, Ivor Stacy's been murdered. He was murdered by the ghost of his dead wife. She said she'd come back from the grave to murder him if he married again. And she has. She has.
Saints preserve us. What's all this?
Miss Wade, you don't look like a girl who believes seriously in ghosts.
I never did, Mr. Keene. But now I do. I know that people can come back from the grave and commit murder. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Just what did you see?
I'll tell you the entire story, Mr. Keene. I met Ivor Stacy 8 months ago. He was a millionaire and the most wonderful person I ever knew. He and I were to be married this week.
But then he was killed practically on the eve of your wedding, miss?
Murdered by a ghost, Mr. Clancy. Under the weirdest circumstances. Ivor had been married once before to a woman named Teresa. She died 2 years ago.
Go on, Miss Wade.
She had an incurable illness, Mr. Keene, and she was sick for years. During those years, she developed a burning jealousy. She imagined Ivor was seeing other women behind her back.
Ivor Stacy, the murdered man, told you all this, I presume?
Yes, Mr. Keene. His wife, Teresa, became a shrew. She wouldn't let him out of her sight. She complained that he did nothing to help her overcome her illness, that he actually didn't care if she died.
And was any of this true, Miss Wade?
Oh, no. Ivor was faithful to Teresa until the end. But she didn't believe it. Then, on her deathbed, she made a horrible threat. She said that if Ivor ever tried to marry again, she'd come back.
From the dead?
Yes, from the dead. She'd come back and stop him. She'd kill him. And I think she did, Mr. Keene.
Try to calm yourself, Miss Wade. People don't return from the grave.
But I saw her. I saw a ghostly figure in gray that slipped out of Ivor's house just before I found his dead body.
You really think you saw a ghost, miss?
I saw something, Mr. Clancy. I was bringing Ivor a book he wanted to read. It was almost dark when I got near his house. And from the sidewalk, I saw his door open, and this gray woman walked out. Then she seemed to vanish in the darkness.
You didn't see her face?
No. But when I hurried inside the house, I found Ivor lying on the floor near his desk. He'd been stabbed to death.
Miss Wade, did you tell the story of this so-called ghost to the police?
No. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me. It sounds so fantastic. That's why I came here, to ask you to help me, Mr. Keene. I owe it to the memory of the man I love to get to the bottom of all this.
Suppose you take us to Ivor Stacy's home. I want to see just what the circumstances were.
Oh, Mr. Keene, don't you believe my story?
Yes, Miss Wade, I do. It's your interpretation of it that I question. But we'll soon find out a little more about your fiancé's murderer and the revengeful ghost.
This is Ivor's house, Mr. Keene.
Miss Wade, just where were you standing when the front door opened and the woman in gray walked out?
Right about here.
Boss, look. The door's opening again.
Yes, Mike. Very slowly.
But no one's supposed to be inside that house right now. I'm frightened.
No one's coming out, sir. But the door just opened and stayed open.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
And please wait in our car, Miss Wade. Come with me, Mike.
Well, I'm no expert on ghosts, boss, but from what I hear, they don't have to open doors to get out of a house. They can walk right through them.
I doubt if we're dealing with a ghost just yet, Mike.
But there's no one here in the hall, Mr. Keene.
And come into this room on the right, Mike. Now, this must be the murder room. There's a desk over there. What's this on top of the desk?
Looks like a pad of paper and a pencil, Mr. Keene, sir.
And the pad's been scribbled on.
Showing someone's drawn a lot of odd-looking little diagrams on it.
I'll keep this pad of paper for future reference. There's a door over there, Mike. And let's see where it leads.
Boss, there's a man tied to that chair with a gag in his mouth. Here, I'll take off that gag. There.
Oh. Thank you. There's a killer loose in this house. He tied me to this chair after holding me up with a gun. I was afraid he was going to kill me.
I'll untie this man, Mike, while you search this house, quickly.
Right, sir.
My name is Keene. I'll have you free in just a moment.
You're Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Oh, I'm Alec Barnes. I didn't recognize the man who tied me to the chair.
What were you doing in Ivor Stacy's home in the first place, Mr. Barnes?
He was my business associate. His murder came as a terrible shock to me. About an hour ago, someone phoned my home. She said if I wanted to find Ivor Stacy's killer, I should come here.
A woman phoned you?
Yes, it was a woman's voice, Mr. Keene. But a very strange one.
Why did you come here alone, Mr. Barnes?
Alone? How do you mean?
Oh, if you thought you were going to meet Ivor Stacy's murderer, why didn't you bring the police with you?
Well, Mr. Keene, I wasn't sure if it was a hoax or not. I didn't want to make a fool of myself by taking the police on a wild goose chase.
Was that the real reason?
Now, look, what reason would I have to... Mr. Keene, he's standing right behind you. The man who attacked me. He's holding a gun.
Don't move, either of you.
Who are you?
The name is Charles Harper, if it'll do you any good.
Charles Harper. I know who this man is, Mr. Keene. His sister, Teresa, was Ivor Stacy's wife. She died 2 years ago.
Yes, my sister died of neglect and cruel treatment. Even while she was on her deathbed, Ivor Stacy was seeing other women. And Teresa swore he'd never marry again. Well, he won't.
You're right, Mr. Harper.
Where is he? I'm having this out with him right now.
If you're referring to Ivor Stacy, you'll find him murdered.
What?
Yes. He's been murdered.
I don't believe it. You're trying to hide him, to shield him from me. Do you feel this gun barrel against your head? Tell me where Ivor Stacy is hiding, or I'll finish you off.
Mr. Keene, he means it.
Whether he does or not, Mr. Barnes, I've given him all the information I can.
Don't move, mister, or I'll put a bullet through you.
What?
Drop the gun. Drop it, do you hear? Here, I'll take that gun, Mr. Keene. Well, you had a close call with this fella.
You came back just in time, Mike. Another second or two, and he may have carried out his threat.
Who is he, boss?
He's Charles Harper, the murdered man's brother-in-law.
Oh, Mr. Keene, it was just a bluff when I threatened you with that gun. I had no intention of harming you. I don't know what came over me.
You behaved like a man who was thirsting for revenge, Mr. Harper. And it may have been revenge that drove Ivor Stacy's killer to this crime.
Then Ivor is really dead?
You mean this is the first you heard about it, mister?
He's trying to give us that impression, Mike. But I'm not so sure that I believe him.
Oh, would I have come back here to look for a dead man, Mr. Keene?
You may have returned to look for something the murdered man possessed. And that could have been the reason you tied up his business associate, Alec Barnes, here, so you could search the house.
No!
Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mr. Barnes?
Ivor Stacy once told me he had a brother-in-law who hated him.
Did he?
It was this man, Charles Harper. He thought Ivor was mistreating his sister, Teresa.
He did mistreat her. He ruined her whole life.
Well, Mr. Keene, it looks like this fella might have carried out his sister's deathbed threat that she'd stop the husband from marrying again.
Well, that's what I was thinking, Mike.
It was a foolish thing for Teresa to say. She knew well enough she couldn't return from the dead.
But someone seems to believe that she did return, Mr. Harper.
What do you mean?
I mean...
Mr. Keene, wait.
What is it, Mike?
Woman in gray. She's staring in that window. Don't turn around, boss. She thinks we haven't seen her.
What does she look like, Mike?
Well, I can't tell. She's wearing a gray veil over her face. Well, sure, Lorna Wade, who brought us this case, is right. She does look like a ghost. She's gone, boss.
Was she at this window, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Now, there she is, walking away from the house. You remain here with the others, Mike. I'm going to follow that ghostly figure in gray and identify it once and for all.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the revengeful ghost. Tomorrow and every Wednesday night, CBS Radio brings you thrilling adventure on the FBI in peace and war and the human side of police work on the 21st Precinct. Be listening tomorrow night on most of these same stations when the FBI in peace and war exposes the Specialty Act racket. And when Captain Kennelly's hard-working police of the 21st Precinct tackle their latest unusual case at the Star's Address, where America listens most for mystery, too. Now, back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the revengeful ghost. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the strange murder of Ivor Stacy, a widower who was about to marry for the second time. Stacy's first wife, Teresa, had sworn just before her own death that if he remarried, she would return from the grave for revenge. And his fiancée, Lorna Wade, now fears that the murder could have been the work of a revengeful ghost. But Mr. Keene has other, more logical suspects in mind as he follows the eerie figure of a woman completely dressed in a ghostly gray color. And the end of the trail leads the famous investigator to a small midtown apartment.
Yes?
Are you Miss Amy Fairchild?
Yes, I am. How do you know my name?
It's right here under your doorbell.
Oh.
My name is Keene. May I come in?
What do you want, Mr. Keene?
I'm investigating the murder of Ivor Stacy.
I'm afraid I don't know who he is.
I think you do, Miss Fairchild. You see, I followed you here from his home. A short while ago, you were peering through his window.
You must have the wrong woman.
No. Lorna Wade, the victim's fiancée, identified you just before I started to follow you. She said you were the so-called ghost she saw coming out of the house right after Ivor Stacy was stabbed to death.
Mr. Keene, what do you mean? She saw a ghost.
Lorna Wade mistook you for the ghost of Ivor Stacy's dead wife, Teresa, who swore she'd come back from the grave and stop him from ever marrying again.
I don't know anything about Ivor's murder. Please leave me alone.
You seem to be reluctant to answer that telephone, Miss Fairchild. Are you expecting a call you don't want me to overhear?
No,
Well, if you won't answer it, I will. Hello? Doctor who? I see. No, my name is Keene. Yes, the investigator. Miss Fairchild is involved in a murder case, Doctor. I see. Has she ever been violent? Well, let me get back to you later on, Doctor, and thank you for your information. It may have an important bearing on this case. Goodbye.
Mr. Keene, what did the doctor tell you?
Evidently, Miss Fairchild, you've been under his care ever since you left a private sanitarium for the mentally ill.
They said I was cured, and I am. You've got to believe me, Mr. Keene. Please. Please.
Miss Fairchild, a man has been murdered, and you were seen leaving the scene of the crime. Now, as a mental patient, you'd be under strong suspicion.
All right. I'll tell you everything. Ivor Stacy was my cousin. It was he who had me committed to the mental institution.
Did you resent his doing that?
Well, maybe I did in the beginning, but I'm cured now, and I hold no grudge against him.
What were you doing in his home at the time he was murdered?
I went to thank him for having spent the money to have me cured. But he was dead when I got there, and I left the house quickly to avoid being implicated.
That's when you were seen by Lorna Wade, who mistook you for a ghost.
But, Mr. Keene, there is a ghost. I've seen her myself.
You have?
Ivor Stacy saw her, too, several times. And she terrified him. I'm sure it was the ghost of his dead wife, Teresa.
Did you see her face?
No, but I recognized a certain dress she was wearing. You don't believe me, do you?
You had a motive for murder yourself, Miss Fairchild. Revenge. That alone would make one a bit skeptical.
Mr. Keene, when you saw me looking in the window of Ivor's home, there was a man with you. He also had a motive for revenge.
Which man do you mean?
Alec Barnes, my cousin Ivor's business associate. Did Alec tell you that he was forced out of their business by Ivor?
No, he didn't.
Alec Barnes and my cousin Ivor were both fighting for control of their corporation. Ivor won the fight and forced Alec Barnes out entirely.
That's very interesting.
Alec swore he'd get even. And perhaps he did by killing Ivor Stacy. Do you know why Alec Barnes was there in Ivor's house today?
He said he got a telephone call saying he'd find Ivor Stacy's killer on the scene of the crime.
I made that telephone call, Mr. Keene.
You made the call. Why, Miss Fairchild?
I was hoping to trap him. I thought Alec Barnes would give himself away in some manner.
Miss Fairchild, do you know a man named Charles Harper?
Yes. His sister was Ivor Stacy's wife, who died after a long illness.
Charles Harper is also under suspicion. He hated Ivor Stacy because he said Mr. Stacy was seeing other women while his wife was dying.
I don't think that's true, Mr. Keene.
Now tell me this. Did your cousin, Ivor Stacy, meet his fiancée, Lorna Wade, after his wife was dead?
Yes. His business associate, Alec Barnes, introduced them to each other. He can tell you anything you want to know about my cousin Ivor's affairs, unless he wants to deliberately hide something from you.
You're very bitter about this Alec Barnes. Why, Miss Fairchild?
He was the first to suggest that there was something wrong with my mind.
Is that why you're so willing to accuse him of murder?
Why do you say things like that? Are you against me like all the rest? Because if you are...
So, you can become violent, as the doctor said. Miss Fairchild, I want you to stay here in your apartment until you hear from me. Don't leave, unless you want to be arrested on a murder charge.
You can't do that to me. I'm not a prisoner. I'm sorry, Mr. Keene. I'll do what you say.
The murdered man's fiancée, Lorna Wade, believes that a revengeful ghost caused Ivor Stacy's death. And you say you've seen that ghost. But I have another theory, which I hope to put to a test very shortly, after I return to the murder house.
Well, how'd you make out, Mr. Keene?
Mike, I followed our ghost to her apartment, and she turned out to be very much alive. Where are the others?
Inside, Mr. Keene. I put them in separate rooms to avoid trouble. And I locked Charles Harper, the brother-in-law, in to be sure.
What's this sheet of paper here on this table?
Anything important on it, boss?
Maybe a clue to this murder. Mike, how long were you and the other two men in this room?
Oh, about a half hour before I sent them inside.
And where were they sitting?
Well, Harper was over there, and Alec Barnes was in this chair.
I see. Mike, I'm going out again for a short time. Let me have your skeleton key, and keep a sharp eye on our suspects. When I return, we may have all the evidence we need to convict a killer.
Oh, you're back already, Mr. Keene. What's in that package you carried?
You'll see in just a moment, Mike. Please call the two men in here.
Okay, sir. Step inside, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Keene wants to see you.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Just a moment, Mr. Barnes. I want Charles Harper, the murdered man's brother-in-law, to hear this, too.
Come into this room, Mr. Harper.
You locked me in. Fancy, you're treating me like a criminal.
I'm afraid you're acting like a criminal, Charles Harper. For one thing, you were carrying a gun.
Mr. Keene, he admitted he hated Ivor Stacy, and he had a motive to kill his brother-in-law.
So did you, Mr. Barnes.
What?
You and Stacy were partners in a very successful business. And as I understand it, he forced you out of the firm and ruined you financially.
Are you going to accuse me of murder because of a business transaction?
No, Mr. Barnes.
Because it isn't true.
I know it isn't true.
Well, thank you for that much.
Don't thank me too quickly. You may regret it.
What do you mean?
Mike, you know what doodling is.
Doodling, Mr. Keene? Well, sure, boss. Those are little pictures and diagrams that some people draw on paper to while away the time or when they're talking on the telephone.
Yes. It's usually done absent-mindedly. Do you remember that when we first came into this house, we found a small pad of paper on the desk where the murder took place?
Sure, Mr. Keene. It was scrawled with a lot of doodads and crooked lines.
This paper I just discovered here on this table is covered with the same kind of scrawl. And the little diagrams and pictures on both the pad and this paper are alike.
Well, then the same fella made them both, Mr. Keene.
Exactly, Mike. The murderer apparently idled away his time while waiting for his victim by drawing on the pad of paper. And just a few minutes ago, that same murderer passed the time again in the same fashion.
The man who was sitting in that chair near the table.
Yes. And that man is Alec Barnes.
What?
Barnes, you murdered your business partner, Ivor Stacy.
Do you think you can hold me on that kind of evidence, Mr. Keene?
I have further evidence in this package. Now, please open it, Mike.
Why, there's 2 dresses in here.
Yes. Dresses that belong to the murdered victim's dead wife, Teresa Stacy. I found them in Alec Barnes' apartment. He stole those dresses after Mrs. Stacy died, so he could impersonate her as a ghost and frighten her husband. Alec Barnes was the revengeful ghost.
I think I'd better search this bucko, boss. What? He's carrying a switchblade knife. Look, you snap this button on the end, and the knife pops out. And look at the size of it, Bob. It looks like there's blood on the blade near the handle.
It's undoubtedly the murder weapon.
You'll have to prove that, Keene.
There's no use putting up a front, Barnes, because I also know your real motive for murdering Ivor Stacy.
Oh, do you?
I found out that it was you who introduced Stacy to Lorna Wade, the girl he later was going to marry.
Lorna?
Yes, the girl who asked me to investigate her fiancé's murder. Mike, I talked to Miss Wade again just before I came in here. She's waiting just outside the door.
I'll ask her to come in, boss. Come in, please, Miss Wade.
Lorna.
Alec, has Mr. Keene...
What have you told him? What did you say about me?
Miss Wade, please repeat what you told me on the way over to this house.
I told you, Mr. Keene, that several times in the past, Alec Barnes tried to force his attentions on me. He was infatuated with me.
Lorna, you're putting me in the electric chair.
Lorna Wade didn't connect you with the murder, Alec Barnes. Or she would have told me this before. Her mind was only on the fact that a ghost may have been responsible for Ivor Stacy's death.
All right. I'll admit it. I killed Stacy. He forced me out of the firm. But that wasn't the thing that nearly drove me crazy. It was losing you, Lorna.
Alec, I told you I didn't love you. I only loved Ivor.
If it hadn't been for him... Mr. Keene, I thought I could make Lorna love me with Stacy out of the way. Anyway, when I thought I was losing out to him, I couldn't stand it.
So you broke into Ivor Stacy's house and waited for him to return with a 9-inch knife in your hand after masquerading as his wife's ghost. You evidently knew about the threat she had made, that she'd return from the dead and kill him if he ever tried to remarry.
Yes, I knew. At first, I tried to frighten Stacy away from Lorna by appearing as his wife's ghost. When that didn't work, I used another method.
Yes, murder. Planned in a cool, remorseless fashion. But you gave yourself away when you scribbled idly on that pad of paper while waiting for your victim to arrive. Mike, turn Alec Barnes, our revengeful ghost, over to the police for the murder of Ivor Stacy.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the revengeful ghost. Don't forget, mystery fans, The Man Who Walks by Night, The Whistler, will be heard coast to coast beginning this Thursday night on CBS Radio. Long a familiar figure in eerie mysteries heard by West Coast fans, The Whistler will be yours to listen to Thursday nights on most of the same stations beginning this week. a shady private investigator is double-crossed by his attractive but just as shady girl Friday, leading to a story the Whistler believes you'll find packed with intriguing angles. Thursday night at the Star's Address. Stay tuned now for the Rosemary Clooney Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Plea. Directed by Richard Leonard. Philip Clark plays Mr. Keene. Mr. Keene will be on the air at the same time next week, solving a full 30-minute mystery. So make this new time every week Mr. Keene time on your radio. Next week, hear Mr. Keene in the case of murder and the omen of death. Your announcer is Harry Kramer. Ride a real squad car with Night Watch Thursdays on the CBS Radio Network.
This is WMT Cedar Rapids.